Welcome to Collingwood, Ontario, and the Eddie Bush Memorial Arena for the 3HL's Collingwood Classic. Dalton Finkbeiner here with Pat Gregoire for the third event in the 3HL Tour, and we are in Collingwood, Ontario this time around, looking to see if the Toronto Bees can build off their win in Oshawa. Pat, what are you going to be looking for today?
Yeah, that's exactly it. We saw, we're two tournaments in. We really know what to expect here. A big theme for you and Ian Duffy, who's not here today, that's why I'm up in the booth, was, feeling out process. I think the feeling out process is done now. Teams have found their identity, and you mentioned the Toronto Bees. They definitely found their identity with puck possession. Brandon Turner's done a fantastic job building a team and buying into that system. We saw, a star arise in Anthony Bergen, Big Game Tony, as his new nickname is. A player with some SPHL experience, a little bit of time in CIS with the University of Toronto as well. And I look to see the Toronto Bees. I wouldn't be surprised to see them in the finals again. Now,
Pat, you've been around the rink for the last two events. What are your thoughts so far on some of the strategy and the play in the 3HL Tour?
You know what? I think it's unbelievable hockey. The back and forth actions, great, but you do see some teams kind of go with more of a possession style. Like I said, Toronto really buys into that. But then you have a team like the Newmarket Saints, who have electric players in Chris McKinnon, a back-to-back top 10 OHL scorer, Kevin Jarman, an NCAA Division I star. That kind of just freewheel and go with the flow. They really adapt that run and gun style, but they do have Jimmy Sargent in the back of the net, who allows them to really risk and go for it all because they have such a big rock back there. So, a lot of the teams have their own identities, and I think we'll see more of that today here.
Now, one thing you mentioned, Jimmy Sargent, one of the things Ian and I have noticed is the play of the goalies, especially playing the puck up. Have you, talking to some of the players and the guys, was that a bit of an adjustment for some of them, having these goalies be so active in the play?
Oh, absolutely. I think, the goalies are loving it. We see Daryl Rothen, the goalie of the Markham Millionaires. The guy's absolutely electric. You guys have given him great praise, and it should be, deserving.
Yeah.
The guy's the human high,
one of our favorites.
2.0, whatever you want to call him. He's been unbelievable. But then you got a guy like David Blair for the Toronto Bees. He moves the puck so well. He acts like he's an extra defenseman there, and I actually was talking to him after last tournament. He was saying, I love this.
Yeah.
I'm able to, move the puck. I like getting involved in the play. We didn't see him play that great of a tournament on January 1st, but he bounced back big. And you know what? Me personally, Big Game Tony had a great game. But I thought David Blair definitely could have been one of the Muscle Milk MVPs. He showed why he was a very solid goalie in CIS for the York Lions.
Now, coming into this tournament, I think Pat and I discussed this. One of the biggest stories is the Guelph Brewers, the team that we all thought would be kind of the runaway favorites in this league. They've made the second round twice. They're in the first matchup today against the London Threes, and I guess the question is, will the Brewers today be able to get over that hump?
You know what? It's tough to say. You look at the bracket the way it's set up, and if they do come out with that first win, it's up against Lund. You see it there. So they got the first game at 6 o'clock taking on London, another very strong team. So let's say they get past there, then they have to play, either Markham or Toronto. There's a good chance it's going to be Toronto, and then they go to the finals. It'd be against, possibly Milton or Newmarket. Oshawa, they're another strong team as well. It's just so tough. It just seems like that they've had such a hard road to get to the finals at this point.
Now, looking at that bracket, Pat, which matchup kind of jumps out at you as the marquee matchup of the first round?
You know what? I think it's that first matchup. You look at the Guelph Brewers, they end the London Threes. Maybe they don't have the lineup that we've seen so far, but they have so much depth and so much depth scoring that you just look at both teams. They're able to field an outstanding team regardless who's at the rink. There will be no Matt Kennedy today, no Brett McLean or Miles McLean, but you have, guys like Chris Chappell, who is a star in the OHL with the Saginaw Spirit, played in the AHL and the ECHL as well. Theo Peckham, we can't forget about him. He's an ex-NHLer as well. And guys that are new into the lineup as well. Shea Hewen. This guy had a very good career in the OHL with the Oshawa Generals, played a little bit in the queue with St. John's, and then Ottawa as well. So, you look at both teams. I talked about it, both sides of the play. They have so much depth scoring, and I think that it doesn't matter who is in the lineup. It's going to be a great game.
So let's take a look now at the money leaders here on the 3HL Tour. In first place, tied are the Milton Flyers and the Toronto Bees. Third place, another tie between the Guelph Brewers, Newmarket Saints, and the London Threes. In sixth place, you have the Oshawa 88s and the Kitchener Lions. And ironically, the Markham Millionaires are the only team who has not registered a win this season. And guys coming on for the first matchup, as we talked about, the Guelph Brewers and the London Threes. And now the Brewers, as we talked about, you look at their roster, and you were just talking about it, Pat, a lot of guys with so much talent. And they've kind of run out of gas, so to speak, in the second round against some of these teams where on paper you might think they have the advantage, but they've just fallen a bit short. But again, they have possibly the most dangerous lineup in this league.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's no denying it at all. And, I mean, we've seen so many different players in this lineup. Like I said, a guy that really jumps out to me, that has been very solid for them as well is Brett Mackey. He's an established ex-OHLer playing in Belleville and Brampton. He also was playing in the SPHL a little bit earlier here with the Fayetteville Fire Ants, one of the best names in sports, if I might say.
Yeah.
And he really adds some good scoring. Yeah, he only has 3 points this year, but he has created a lot of offense for them as well. Let's
run through that Guelph Brewers lineup. Number 10, Brock McPherson. We got Brett McDermott, Greg Shirelli, Chris Chappell, Tyler Sothers, Theo Peckham, the former Edmonton Oilers, Shea Cooan, a former Dalhousie Tiger, my alma mater, Anthony Tapper, Brett Mackey, and Alex Dupuis. They have a record of 2-2, and they have won 4K so far this season. Now, looking at that lineup, is there a player that jumps out at you as kind of a key for this team, this tournament?
Yeah, I already mentioned that Matt Kennedy and Brett McLean and Miles McLean are out of the lineup. That's a lot of points. I mean, that's a lot of goals. Right now, Matt Kennedy is tied in the lead, 4 goals in the 3HL. We saw what he's able to do. So I think the offense for this Guelph Brewers team is going to have to step up. And I look at number 19, Chris Chappell. I already talked about him a little bit. A former OHL star, a captain for the Saginaw Spirit. You see him out there skating there. He's a big body, a great skater. And, I mean, the way he's able to, produce offensively with that big body in the 3-on-3 format, I think he's a huge, huge part of this. I mean, we see on New Year's Day, he scores that huge overtime winner. And this feed here to Matt Kennedy is unbelievable. The guy is just an absolute playmaker, big body. And, the Guelph Brewers are going to definitely need him to step up with guys like Mackey and Kennedy out of the lineup.
One thing the Brewers are not short of is guys with decorated OHL resumes. You have Brett Mackey. Shea Kerwin also played for the Oshawa Generals. You mentioned Kevin Chappell, who is a captain of the Sarnia Sting. So when we talk about the guys, about this team having maybe the most talented roster, you can see why, because they have so many guys with such decorated hockey careers already.
Yeah, no, I mean, and even if you look at the guys that maybe haven't played in the OHL but have, some other high experience. I mean, you look at a guy who's, entering in the lineup today. Greg Sorelli played actually his junior hockey right here in Collingwood, played a little bit with Trenton, Huntsville, and Aurora, and he's just about under a point per game in his junior career. He played with Laurier as well, and you actually see Shea Q in there wearing the U-Hawk on his head. He's actually the owner of that company, the U-Hawk, so we're going to be able to see a great bird's eye view, if you will, of him there. Another player you see.
That's Greg Sorelli, who we were just talking about.
Yeah, so we're talking about him. I think, with the 3-on-3 format, he's a very, very high-skilled, high-motor type of player. I think that his strong skating is going to be a very good strong point for this team.
Yeah, and there it is, Theo Peckham, and he's the guy, an Edmonton Oiler, more known for what he did with his fists in the NHL with his hands, but this guy can put the puck in the net. He had a beautiful goal on New Year's Day. So I think that this Guelph Brewers team just so well-rounded.
Yeah.
Flipping over to the other side of the ice, we go to the London Threes. This team put up a great performance on New Year's Day, and they followed it up. They had a tough one in Oshawa, but let's go through their lineup right now. Paul McIvan, Zach Lorenz, Matt Shake, Spencer McCormick, Mike Bergoni, Nathan Ansell, Patty Morgan, Tyler Townsend, Lucas Baleshta, and Rich Wigmore. They're 2-2 with $4,000 in their pocket. One of the guys who's been fantastic for them this year is Lucas Baleshta.
Yep.
He scored which I believe was the #1 goal in your top 10 list, Pat, on New Year's Day, and he's kind of the guy that makes this London team go.
Yeah, he does, and I didn't think he had that great of a showing last game, and it showed that the offense really wasn't able to produce, and I think a lot of it was because Lucas Baleshta, and you'll see the highlights here rolling right now. All these highlights come from the New Year's Day Classic. I think he was one of the most electric players on the ice. He's done a fantastic job offensively for this team on January 1st, and we're going to really have to see what he's able to do if he can get back to what we saw on January 1st. But, it's not just Lucas Baleshta. You look at this team, and, you just look down the line. Matt Sheik, we see him back in the lineup. He actually got hurt in that January 1st tournament, which I think played a big role in that finals because they were down some bodies.
Yeah, and Rich Wigmore, he's been a guy as well, backstopping the threes. He had a fantastic glove save on New Year's Day. And we mentioned off the top how important some of these goalies are. So Rich Wigmore definitely going to play a big role for this team. And, we're coming to the third tournament, Pat. We've seen these teams have, some mixed results where one tournament they were fantastic and the other one they were a bit not so great. So it's going to be interesting to see if the threes can bounce back and kind of build off what they did on New Year's Day.
Yeah, and I think a lot, let's not sugarcoat it. They are missing Cam Salt and Charlie Stevens, two of, I thought were the better players in that January 1st tournament. They are confirmed to be in the lineup in Guelph. They weren't be able to be here again. But I think they have enough scoring talent that they'll be able to, still put some points up on the boards. Patty Morgan, he's a star emerging in this league. He's I think tied second in points right now with 8. And he's done a fantastic job. Some people might call him a complimentary player, but he's able to produce points by himself. He is a small body, but he is such an unbelievable skater. He did play Junior A with the Lindsay Muskies. But hey, sometimes if you get a little bit more space in this 3-on-3 action, it doesn't really matter if you've played in junior, if you played in the NHL. Patty Morgan is the epitome of what a 3-on-3 hockey player should be. Fast, exciting, and could put the puck in the net.
Yeah, he was fantastic on New Year's Day, and as you mentioned, he's kind of one of these guys that, are really key for the London Threes today, especially when they are a bit short-handed. So, sizing this matchup up, Pat, if I had to put you on the spot right now and you got to make a pick, who would you go with?
I think I think I got to go with London here. I know they're very motivated. I talked to Rich Wigmore, a couple of weeks ago on the phone, and he said, this team's super motivated to get back. They were not happy with what happened in that game in Oshawa at the Oshawa Showcase, getting, handled by that Newmarket team. They really let that game slip away from them. He thought he didn't have a great game. I thought he was solid. I didn't think it was, much to do with him, but he thinks he needs to have a better showing, and his entire team. And he's added some other players to this roster as well that, for sure will add some scoring.
If you're asking me, I'm going to have to go with the Guelph Brewers. It seems I do that every time. Yeah. But, as we just look through their lineup, it's so enticing to pick them. And, they've made the second round both times, and I think they're going to be eager to get over that hump and get into that final. But, we talked about it off the top. This could be the most entertaining game of the first round.
For sure.
Definitely don't want to miss it if you're coming into Eddie Bush Memorial Arena. You want to be here for the start of this one because this one's going to be fantastic. Now, as we go through these lineups, is there kind of an underdog in each team that you might think could be an X factor?
I think it's Spencer McCormick for
he scored the big OT goal in the New Year's Day Classic.
Exactly. And you know what? He's got 2 points in 3 games, he's got 5 points in 4 games. Yeah. So, there's no doubt he can put the puck in the net. Is he a dark horse? Maybe not. But, when you have all these other guys, you kind of forget because you're talking about Morgan, you're talking about Salt, Stevens, Baleshta. He kind of gets caught in the spotlight or in the shadows there. So I think he's the type of guy that is going to be able to produce some scoring, but he also brings a little bit of a gritty side to the game as well.
And if you're looking at warm-ups, the Toronto Bees, the champions, have invaded the warm-up arena, and number 20, Mike Johnson, might recognize him from a storied NHL career and also a very successful TV career as well as a hockey broadcaster. They're sporting some unreal buckets, and let's go through their lineup here. Captained by number 44, Brandon Turner, Kelly Jackson, Eric Wiseman, Adam Place, Rob Quitt, Shane Elliott, number 20, Mike Johnson, Anthony Bergen, Jordan Reed, and David Blair. They won the Oshawa Showcase. They have a record of 3-1. So we talked about these guys off camera, Pat. They had, arguably the worst performance of any team on New Year's Day, and then they come back and, dominate the Oshawa Showcase. If you had to say which version of the Toronto Bees is going to show up today here in Collingwood?
I definitely think it's going to be that team that we saw in Oshawa. I think it might even be better than what we saw. This team is juiced up. They're ready to go. They got a little bit of a swagger to them right now, coming out with the hats. And, hey, they also added number 20 out there, Mike Johnson. Like you said, a storied career. If you're a Toronto Maple Leafs fan, you definitely remember him. It's such a huge pickup. Yes, he is a little bit removed from the game, but look at the guy. The guy's in phenomenal shape. There's no doubt he can still wheel. And anytime I was talking to Brandon Turner, asking him, his immediate thoughts of, adding a guy like Mike Johnson to the lineup. He said, obviously the leadership presence is huge for them, but he said, anytime you add, NHL talent, never mind 375 points in the NHL talent, that's big.
Yeah, no, he's definitely going to be a huge X factor. And as you talked about it, they have so many guys. They were kind of a letdown in the first tournament because their roster is so talented. You have guys like Rob Quidd, who won a Memorial Cup. You have Jordan Reed, who's got maybe the best slap shot or most accurate slap shot in this league. Seems every goal he scores is a slap shot goal. And then you add Mike Johnson in the mix. This is a very dangerous team. And a guy I look to, too, is Brandon Turner. He might not put up the points, but he scored the overtime winner to get his team into the finals, and he plays such a physical, agitating game, getting guys off their game, and he's a big key to this team.
Yeah, no doubt. He's the heart and soul of this team. He is the captain. He built this team with his bare hands, doing a great job recruiting them. If you look up character player in the dictionary, that's who it is. It's Brandon Turner. Sure, he does have some junior experience. The reason why he didn't continue his hockey career is actually because he went on to play professional lacrosse. So the guy's an absolute great athlete, no doubt. But it's the intangibles that really are important for Brandon Turner. And he has this team playing that puck possession game. And you just look at this Bees team right now. They look like they're ready to go, and I think it's because of number 44.
And now squaring off against the Bees in their first-round matchup is the Markham Millionaires, the only team in the 3HL without a win, but they're very eager and very capable of getting one here today, led by Captain Nate Donaldson. They have David LeBlanc, Jeff McPherson, Blake Lavelle, Dan McEachran, Daniel Sweep, Andrew Bonello, Ryan Halebich, Louis Taninga, and Daryl Roth. In the human highlight reel, they got a record of 0-2, and so far no dollars in the bank. But we talked about this, Pat. They have led in both their games. They just have been unable to finish. And both times Rothen has come out and made some electric saves. And then, maybe it's either burns out or hasn't gotten a lot of help. What's the key to the Markham Millionaires today to get over that hump?
I think if they get a lead, they have to learn how to play with it. We've seen them jump out to a lead in both their losses so far, but they haven't really been able to close out. I think maybe they don't worry about scoring as much as they have before. If you do get a lead, you got to hold on to it. This is a team that, they added some good pieces. A guy who I'm really excited to see is Daniel Sweep, a proven winner at the OHL level. He won an OHL championship, went to the Memorial Cup in 2011 with the Owen Sound Attack, played a little bit with the Brock Badgers at the CIS level. Known for more of a gritty energy style of player, but he is a great skater, and he does have great skill as well, which I think will help in this 3-on-3 format. Another addition, I think a big part of Markham that not a lot of people have talked about is that the team's pretty much entirely from Bradford. Yeah. And that, chemistry goes such a far away. And you talk about chemistry. Danny McEachran actually played on Brock as well with Daniel Sweep. So you just look at this team. They have a lot of familiarity. They're getting more. They're playing with each other. They're only going to get, better. And I think what better time to get their first win than to take down arguably the number one favorite team in this Toronto Bees. I don't know if they can do it today, but it would be a great start.
One guy that's been a big key to Markham and their play has been Andrew Bonello.
Yes.
He played 4 years at Robert Morris, and he also played in France. He's kind of the guy that, if you're watching this Markham team play, he's a guy who stands out, a guy who has experience overseas. Definitely kind of the guy that can get this offense going. 4 years as a decorated D1 athlete, and he's kind of the key for me for this Markham team.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I mean, you talk about him. He is a puck-moving defenseman. He actually, for one of the goals on January 1st, he sent a beautiful pass to David LeBlanc on a breakaway, and that's the type of player he is. For 3-on-3, offensive defenseman, I mean, it's absolutely perfect. We talked a little bit about Rob Quitt. Same thing. He's a guy that has pro experience, and he's a very good offensive player. That's kind of the same thing as I see Andrew Bonello. He's the rock on defense, but at the same time, he has no problem moving the puck up and getting some offense going.
All right, Patty, again, I'm going to have to put you on the spot. You're the first. You're going to have to go first. Which team do you think is going to get the W here between the Toronto Bees and the Markham Millionaires?
I've got to go with the Bees. This team, I talked to Jordan Reed before. He said, since that last win, their group chat on WhatsApp hasn't stopped. They have so much good chemistry. And he said, you know what? It sounds kind of weird, but that loss, that embarrassing loss, might have been the best thing to happen for this B teams. It was a really, a big eye-opener. They realized that, hey, you know what? Maybe we're not as good as we think we are. Maybe these other teams are a lot better than we thought. Kind of came in a little bit cocky, but boy, oh boy, did we see a different team the next tournament.
Seems a bit unfair that a team that had so much success in Oshawa adds a former established NHLer and Mike Johnson to their lineup. I think we'd all like to see, Daryl Rothen and the Markham Millionaires get a W, but I'm going to have to be with you. It's tough to go against the team that was so dominant last week, especially when they're adding a guy like Mike Johnson. But again, the Markham Millionaires, I'm sure it's tough for them. They've had the lead, they want to be in it, and right there, the first two matchups, the winner of this game is going to play the winner of our first matchup, the Guelph Brewers and the London Threes, and that's the kind of top half of the bracket. And if you're kind of going through, Pat, if you had to say who emerges from these four group guys,
I think you got to go with the Toronto Bees. I mean, what we saw last tournament, I think you've got to have them atop as the most impressive team. You look at them on paper, they're probably one of the more talented groups, but then you watch them on the ice and they play the best as a team. I think they've done the most adjustments, and I think a big part as well is if David Blair, number 34, in between the pipes, has that same showing that we saw in Oshawa, there's no doubt that they can't go all the way again.
Yeah, he was fantastic in Oshawa, and again, we talked about it. The goalies play such a big part, not only in stopping the puck, but playing the puck up. Because, with that 3-on-3, there's not enough guys on the ice. Daryl Rothen's one of the best at it, getting the puck up to his forwards. So it's going to be a very interesting matchup to see if a team, who was so dominant last week, and a team who hasn't looked so great can finally, the Markham Millionaires can finally put it together. So that's the top first two matchups. Coming up, ready to go on the ice, is our first ever champions in the 3HL Tour, the Milton Flyers. And, they had a tough matchup. They had to draw against the Guelph Brewers, and it was a bit of a rematch game from the New Year's Day when the Brewers were on the short end there. And here you take a look at the Milton Flyers, a lineup led by Captain Tristan Fairbairn, Kevin Willard, Jesse Messier, Carson Devine, Pat Peretta, Daniel Spivak, Jordan Farfar, Justin B. Denanito, and Devin DiDometto. Dave Davenport, record 3-1, and they've won $7,000. Pat, two new additions there, number 84 and number 9. Tell us about these guys.
You know what? We'll start off with Justin D. Benedito. Had some experience playing professional hockey at the highest level in the NHL, played a little bit with the New York Islanders, played in the AHL as well with their affiliate, the Bridgeport Sound Tigers as well. And, putting up almost 100 points in, 170-odd games in the AHL. He also was an absolute star in Sarnia with the Sting. Played on a line actually with Steve Stamkos back in 2008, put up 92 points. So the next year, he didn't have Stamkos with him anymore. A lot of people are saying, you know what, I don't think he can duplicate it. What does he do? He puts up the exact same amount of points, 92 points, finished in the top 10 of scoring. This guy is a guy that can put the puck in at will. I see him to be a huge addition. And then you look at, Devin DiDometto also played on that Sarnia team as well. Known for more of an energy type of player, but he still can put the puck in the net. He actually just came back from the Alps AHL over in Europe. He's got 9 years of professional hockey experience bringing to this Milton lineup, which is already littered with pro hockey talent.
Yeah, Justin DiBenedetto and Diametti definitely going to give me a tongue twister like they did off the top, but definitely two huge additions to the Milton Flyers, a team that, as you mentioned, Pat, may not even needed those additions, but just a little icing on the cake. So, again, they had such a great showing on New Year's Day, and I wouldn't say it was a bad showing in Oshawa because they kind of just got, unfortunately, they drew the Guelph Brewers, a team that was ready to play them again. So, looking at this team again, who's the key guy for you?
Obviously, without talking about the new players, I think you really got to look to Jesse Messier. He's the guy that, stole the show on January 1st, was the Muscle Milk MVP, and he kind of got away from what he was doing. This is a guy that, he is a pure scorer, but the way he scores, he's got to get back to using that clapper that works so well. He's always has just a knack to be around the net. And then you see that clapper, the one-timer, which was unbelievable. I think if Jesse Messier is on his game, they're going to have no problem putting the puck in the net. But, I don't think Milton, like you said, it wasn't that they didn't play very well. I think that it just was it was a tough draw against Guelph, but also they missed Dave Davenport.
Yep.
You know what? DiGeronimo did play a pretty solid game, but Dave Davenport, the guy was an absolute rock in that January 1st game. He didn't have a great game against Markham in the first one, but after that, he was rock solid, no pun intended. He was unbelievable. Finishing off with, 2 goals. I think he's averaging 2 goals, as goals against averages, 2. So that's leading the league. I think he's going to play a big part as well.
No, definitely. And Milton Flyers, very dangerous team. On the flip side of the ice, we have the Kitchener Lions, a team that was, I would say, the surprise of the league in the first tournament. They put on a great show and actually pushed the London Threes to the brink of elimination in the semifinal there. And one of my favorite players to watch in this league has been number 27, Tyler Ryan. Kitchener, as you mentioned, as we talked about it, they don't maybe have some of the most decorated hockey careers right now, but some of these guys are making big names for themselves in the 3HL.
Yeah, absolutely. And, it's Tyler Ryan is one of them. The guy is electric when he gets in open space. You can't deny. You see the, breakaway penalty shot goal he scored, at Oshawa, and then you'll see, he finished with 6 goals in that first tournament. He was unbelievable. He really, made his mark in the 3HL. And I think what happened in Oshawa was that Toronto did such a great job shutting him down. The rest of Kitchener really didn't know what to do offensively. I think today Kitchener is going to have to do more than, have scoring from Tyler Ryan here. They're going to have other guys step up big time, and it's going to be tough. But I think they might have to commit themselves to a little bit of a better defensive game because you don't want to get into a scoring match with this Milton team.
No, definitely. Kitchener, they came out last time and they actually were leading the Toronto Bees in that first game, and then the Bees kind of bounced back with 6 straight goals. But, you can see here Tyler Ryan in warm-up trying out some stuff, and he's definitely a guy you want to keep your eye on. He seems to get a penalty shot each week as well, so definitely a guy who can put on a show for the fans here. Looking at this matchup, are you leaning one way or the other right now?
You know what? You got to go with Milton. I think that these guys, and I actually did talk to Tristan Fairbairn after that loss. They were very disappointed, but, he didn't seem too rattled about it. I asked him, I was like, it must have been a tough loss there, eh, Tristan? And he goes, not really. We're going to be back. We'll be fine. It was not a great showing, but we'll be back. So we'll see if they hold to that word. I know they're going to have to get back to the style of play. We talked earlier about an identity, and I think that's one thing that they got away from was the identity. They didn't play that puck possession game that we saw Toronto adapt, and Milton was a big-time puck possession team on January 1st. They tried to play a little bit of a run-and-gun style of game, and then it almost looked like they kind of went into a shell and let Guelph just shoot at will, and they were giving them way too many good scoring opportunities. I think they got to do what they've done best and play that puck possession game, and when they get a chance, use that scoring opportunity because they have so many guys that can basically score at will.
Yeah, no, definitely the Milton Flyers are a team that can put the puck in the net, and we saw in that first week how dominant they were, and they were a team that not came out of nowhere, but maybe took some guys in the league by surprise. The thing I'd like to think about Kitchener is they've they've almost pulled off a few of these big time upsets, so to speak. But I don't think anyone's taking these guys lightly at all. Maybe not coming in as a team that we saw near the top, but they're a team that I think can beat anyone in this league. And as we said, Tyler Ryan might be one of the most exciting guys in this league.
Yeah, he certainly is. And, a quick note as well is Christian Leah actually been moved from Oshawa 88s
the first trade.
First trade of the 3HL. So he's playing on this team. So he's going to be motivated. And this guy, he's a big body, great skater, played his junior hockey, kind of all over the place, played a little bit in the GMHL, a little bit in Welland as well, Niagara Falls. So he's been all over the map. I thought he was actually, found a pretty good spot in Oshawa. Unfortunately, there was a trade. So I think he might have found, a good spot here in Kitchener. Maybe not as known as a depth player for the 88s. He'll be maybe get a little bit more of opportunity to play higher in the lineup. So we'll have to see, the way that he is used at the captain Matt Crane, where he decides to put him on that roster.
Yeah, no, it's interesting now that we've seen the first trade, so to speak, of see if it happens more often, where guys move around and maybe go to a team where they get a little more opportunity to play up in the lineup, and that's what Leah might get a chance to do here with the Kitchener Lions. A team that was looking to upgrade their roster and used one of the 88's players to do so. The thing I'd like to say about the Milton Flyers is, now that they're adding two big-time stars with their new additions, they might be one of these teams that we look at with the Bees and the Brewers as kind of the top of the upper echelon of this league right now, at least.
Oh, 100%. I think if you had to, rank the teams from 1 to 8, you could have Milton and Toronto as 1A, 1B.
Yeah.
Sure, Milton didn't have the greatest of showings, but you just look at this team on paper. A guy that I think, is an X factor for this team is Daniel Spivak, number 25.
Yep.
Proven junior player, went on to the next level at RIT, a very strong Division I program, and then has some international experience as well, playing with the Team Israel as well, which is very cool, I think.
Yeah, one of the most interesting
things
I've seen, for sure.
Definitely a pretty cool little tidbit there. But he also played in the SPHL just a couple of years ago, so he's not too far removed from his career. He took a year off, and he actually had a post on Instagram today saying, you know what, I hung up my skates, I was away for 1 year, and I couldn't wait to get back. And he's back, he's unretired, playing professional hockey here on the 3HL tour, and he's a guy that, for me, when he steps on the ice, he's absolutely electric.
Yeah, I know, and I think the one thing that, you mentioned that with Spivak, is that this team is just so balanced. There doesn't seem to be, that's what me and Ian noticed in the first New Year's Day Classic. There's just no weak link, and that there's so many talented guys, and they can kind of beat you anyway. And I know Jesse Messier won the MVP in that first tournament, but he could have given that to a couple other guys. He was fantastic in the final.
For sure.
But throughout the tournament, these guys are just so balanced, and that what makes them such a tough team to beat.
Yeah. I mean, you just look through the lineup, literally. So Tristan Fairborn, the captain, played RIT Division I, had a little bit of professional experience in the SPH as well. We talked about the two new additions playing all over in professional hockey. Kevin Willer played in the SPHL as well. Carson Devine played in the FHL. Jesse Messier, he didn't. He played. He was a captain at York University and a captain for the St. Mike's. St. Mike's majors as well. Pat Peretta as well, had a very good junior A hockey career as well. Daniel Spivak, already talked about him. Jordan Forfar as well, played at York. And then, like I said, the two other players that they added, Di Demetti and Justin Di Benedetto. I mean, they combined, I believe they have almost 15 years of professional hockey. And then, not to mention their goaltender, who I think has the potential, outside of Jimmy Sargent, who we'll talk about a little bit later, to be the best two goalies in the league.
No, definitely a very decorated team. It's going to be a very interesting matchup to see if the Flyers can handle the exciting brand of hockey that the Kitchener Lions bring. So that's the third matchup in here at the Collingwood Classic. Dalton Finkbeiner here with Pat Gregoire in the Eddie Bush Memorial Arena for the 3HL Collingwood Classic. Here's the bracket, and we have just one more matchup to preview, and that is the Newmarket Saints taking on the Oshawa 88s. The Newmarket Saints didn't have a great showing on New Year's Day, came back with a second-place finish in Oshawa. Oshawa, on the other hand, they were out in the first round. and New Year's Day out in the second round in their hometown tournament, maybe looking to take a step to the third round this time around. That game goes at 7:10. Winner of that will play the winner of the Milton Flyers and the Kitchener Lions. When you're talking about the Newmarket Saints, the one guy you got to start with is Chris McKinnon. He might be one of the most, if not the most exciting player in this league. He's a guy who can really step up and make some highlight reel plays, a very decorated OHL career, and he's kind of going to always be the first guy that comes to mind when you think of the Saints.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you look at him out on the ice, a little short, stocky player, but my God, can he move? He can shoot. He's unbelievable. He's actually, he's electric to watch. Like the perfect word to use for him is electric. We already mentioned how he was a top 10 scorer in the OHL for 2 consecutive years. And I think he's, a big X factor for this team. And he draws so much attention as a shooter. He really, he only has 2 goals this year, but it's not because he's not shooting the puck well. It's because he draws so much attention to himself. He's able to dish out the puck to other guys.
Let's go through that Newmarket Saints lineup, captained by, as we were talking about, Chris McKinnon, Nick Hovannessian, Sean Jones, Adam Davies, Matt Lyle, Stephen Johnston, PJ Buys, Brendan Wise, Kevin Jarman, and Jimmy Sargent in the net. They're 2-2, and they have won $4,000 so far this season. We mentioned Jimmy Sargent. He might be one of the best goalies in this league.
Yeah, I know what I think if I had to choose, the best goalie who I've seen so far, I think you got to go with him. He's been an absolute wall for this team. And I said it, Newmarket plays that run and gun style, and because he's so good in his own end, they don't have to worry about it because they know that Jimmy Sargent is there to stop a breakaway, stop 2-on-1s. At some points, you just look at the guy and you got to think, okay, one of these are going to go in at some point. The thing that I think with Jimmy Sargent is if he gets rolling early, it's almost impossible to stop him. I think Toronto did a good job getting a couple of quick goals on him early. And, not to say his confidence was shot, but you could tell he was definitely off his game. I think if Newmarket can get out to a lead here early and Sargent can make a couple of big stops, this Oshawa 88 team might be getting sent home early.
Jimmy Sargent was a Hobie Baker finalist, very decorated college career. One other guy that was fantastic for them last week was Kevin Jarman.
Yes.
The big man can really shoot the puck, and he could be a big key for the Saints team.
Yeah, I mean, the dude is an absolute beast. Great resume as well. Played a little bit with the Syracuse Crunch in the AHL, played in the SPHL, had a very strong career in the NCAA in Division I with UMass Amherst, and he also played a little bit in the OJHL with Stouffville, scoring 112 points in 90 games. So, I mean, the guy has the resume behind him, but, I mean, you just watch him on the ice. He's a fridge on skates, basically, but he can shoot the puck and he can skate like the wind.
Yeah, no, definitely one of the bigger guys in this league, and a guy who's, just because he's big, he can really skate, and his shot is one of the best in the league. And he's a guy with Chris McKinnon. The two of them pair very well together, as you mentioned. Yeah. McKinnon can put the puck in the net, but more of a playmaker. Jarman likes to shoot it, so that's a guy for the Saints that can give them a 1-2 punch. And they were a team last week that Ian and I, and even you, Pat, we all felt that they didn't perform their best on New Year's Day, and they were going to come back with a big-time performance, which they did there. I think I actually picked them to win the whole thing in Oshawa last week. Definitely another threat here today. They are a team that, as you mentioned, we talked about chemistry. A lot of these guys played together in junior.
Yeah, they did, and they played with that Newmarket Saints team. A couple of guys playing with Stouffville as well. And you talk about chemistry, the guys playing together. One of the guys that actually didn't play on that Newmarket team, or I should say 2 of them, were Chris McKinnon, because he was playing his junior hockey in the OHL, and then Stephen Johnson. But those 2 guys also played with each other in CIS for St. Mary's. So you look up and down this roster, there's so much chemistry, and I think we really saw that, not just last week in Oshawa, but they did come out to that really strong start on January 1st. They ended up losing by a goal. But this is a team that I think can make some damage, and they also added a couple of really strong players as well. Matt Lyle, has a very strong junior career in the OHL playing with Guelph and the Sioux. He was actually, the captain of the Sioux in his last year, putting up 167 points in 278 games over his career. And then they also add Brandon Wise, who has experience at CIS playing in Oshawa at the University of Ontario Institute of Technology. So they're another team that had a very impressive roster, and next thing you know, boom, they had 2 more solid players.
Their opponents today are the Oshawa 88s, a team that we mentioned they out in the first round the first time, second time around, second round, looking to make it to the finals this time. They're captained by number 91, Mitch Scott, Chase DeLeon, Andrew Boyle, Cody Collins, Dylan Smolkowitz, Jamie Wise, Todd Hosmer's not in the lineup today, Stephen Scholig, Brendan Govea, and Rob Alsop. They have a record of 1-2, and they've won $2,000 this season. 88s are a team, one of the teams we haven't got to see a ton of. They eliminated in the first tournament of the year, second round in Oshawa, but in Oshawa they made a lot of strides forward, and they could be a very dangerous team.
Yeah, I think if you had to give a award for the most improved team, it would definitely be the Oshawa 88s, and it's because of their captain, Mitch Scott. He noticed that they definitely needed to make some additions, and I mean, Mitch Scott also no slouch as well, but I think he's the true star of the show here tonight. He's a Collingwood boy. He was one of the big reasons why the 3HL came in here. I was talking to him a little bit earlier today, and he's just so happy that the 3HL was able to come to his hometown. And like I said, he's no slouch himself. He's tied in the lead for scoring on the 88s with 6 points, 3 goals, 3 assists. Played his junior in this building for the Collingwood Blues. He's a guy that I think is going to, he's going to play well. He's going to be excited to play in this building, and he knows the barn better than anyone else on this ice surface right now.
No, Mitch Scott's definitely been the 88's most consistent player for the first 2 tournaments. And I think that, Scholig's another guy who's been fantastic.
Yeah.
Big body out there, a guy who can really protect the puck. And we saw with the Bees last time that puck possession game is so valuable, and he was a guy who himself was trying to implement that for the 88s, and I think he's a real X factor for this 88s team.
Yeah, he is. He's actually got 6 points as well, tied with Mitch Scott. I think, he's got a huge body, great hands. He's a great skater. Mitch Scott, he says he thinks he's one of the more talented players in this league. You look at his resume, playing a little bit of junior in the GMHL, but when he's one of those guys, I already talked about it. Maybe they don't have the experience that some of the other players do have in this league, but when they get out on 3-on-3 hockey, they're absolutely unbelievable to watch, and I think he's one of those guys.
Yeah, no, and Rob also up in net. He also played his junior here in Collingwood, so he's gonna be a guy who's very fired up to be here.
Andrew Boyle as well, number 18.
So
him as well.
So a lot of Collingwood boys here on the 88s looking to make a big-time impression. They had a great showing at their hometown tournament at the old GM place there, and hoping to build on that. Pat, again, putting you on the spot for the 4th time, because we have to do this. Who are you going to pick?
You know what? As much as I want to take this Oshawa team, I know technically they are the home team here because they have so much talent, or so much homegrown talent, I should say. But I look at this Newmarket Saints team. There's just too much firepower on offense. They're playing motivated. I talked to PJ Buys a couple of weeks ago, and he thinks that they definitely deserved a better outcome in that tournament at Oshawa. They felt that they just kind of ran out of gas. In that tournament, when they blew Oshawa out of the water in that semifinals, they feel like they kind of took their foot off the gas, and that caused them to have that slow start against Toronto. So it doesn't matter what type of lead they're going to jump out to at any point in the game. They're going to play their game, that run and gun style. And I mean, hey, Jamie Sargent's in that too.
Yeah, no, that doesn't hurt, having a Hobie Baker finalist between the pipes. This is a very interesting matchup, like they all are, to see if the Newmarket Saints can build on that momentum from last week, and if the 88s can kind of get over the hump and make their first finals appearance. Going to be an interesting one here. Fans are piling in. Chris Barkley's playing. People are getting excited here in Collingwood at Eddie Bush Memorial Arena for the 3HL Collingwood Classic. Pat, one team, who do you think is going to come out on top today?
If I had to pick one team, I think...
You have to.
If I have to, do I have to? You know what? I'm actually going to go... I'm going to say the Newmarket Saints. I think they pick up their first victory. I think that the way that they played last tournament, they were so impressive. And I think they're playing motivated now this week. They really want that first tournament win. I think, with the draw against, you have a challenging team in Oshawa and you have a challenging team in Milton. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter from top to bottom. They're going to play a tough team. There's so much depth in this league. It's going to be tough. But I just look at them as a team that has so much scoring power, and they probably have the best goalie in the former Hobie Baker finalist in Jimmy Sargent.
Yeah, I know. I'm going to have to pick the Newmarket Saints, too. I picked them last week. I'm probably going to pick them until they win so that I'm right. It seems also if I pick a team, they usually don't win. So, unfortunately for the Newmarket Saints, I'm going with them again. So, this is our third stop here on the 3HL Tour. There is a few more upcoming tournaments. Pat, you want to tell us a little bit about the next couple events?
Yeah, so, on the we're going to be in Guelph at the Sleeman Center on March 5th. It's going to be a great tournament there. The Sleeman Center, pretty big barn there. We're hoping to pack that one as well. And then we go back to another smaller arena at the Aurora Dangle Fest at the Aurora Community Center on March 25th. Then we head to Saugeen Shores on April 1st. That's not a joke. That's actually true. For the 3HL Saugeen Shores Sunset Cup. It's a long title, but that is going to be another great event.
I like the ring to it.
Brett McLean from Saugeen Shores, Port Elgin area. So he immediately told Justin Fox, the CEO and founder, he said, as soon as he found out that this tournament was going to happen here in Collingwood, he said, well, if you're going to small venues, you've got to go to the Plex. They're going to fill that place up. So that's one that I'm looking forward to. And then you got the 3HL Markham Masters on April 22nd. That one's at the Markham Centennial Arena. And then we finish it all off for the $50,000 cash purse prize at the 3HL Champions Cup back at the Tribute Community Center on May 6th.
Definitely some great events coming up. And here's the Twitter time. Which community would you like to see host a 3HL event? Tweet us at the 3HL Tour and tell us why your city or town should host a 3HL Tour event. Have some fantastic events upcoming here, and we have a fantastic event here in Collingwood today at the Eddie Bush Memorial Arena.
So we're actually speaking of, different communities coming, 3HL coming to different communities. We had a chance to talk to the mayor of Guelph and why he thinks it's a great opportunity for cities to host an event.
Having the 3HL land in Guelph aligns perfectly with what we're good at and what we want to attract: festivals and sports tourism. It also helps with really making the culture in our downtown entertainment choice. Grab something to eat before the game, come and take in the game, take in some entertainment. I would say that it's great for our local charities too, and partnering with Community of Hearts, which is close to my heart, close to the community, is just fantastic. So it's really giving back to Guelph. So I'm really excited for the 3HL to be coming here.
We are back, and Pat, now we were talking off camera a little bit. What we looked at that upcoming schedule. What communities would you like to see host the 3HL Tour event?
So next year the 3HL is already looking at some other venues to have. So we're asking the fans to suggest some places. But if I had to pick, there's a lot of different spots. But one that really sticks out to me would be Peterborough. I think the community that they have, that they support. Their lacrosse, their hockey. The Peterborough Memorial Arena is one of my favorite barns. It's a pretty big facility they have there, but it's an older barn, but it's very intimate. I think that they would support it really well. Another spot I think would be Coburg. They've got a brand new arena there as well. Beautiful Jumbotron. I think that's another spot that definitely could potentially hold the tournament. You could even think of, if you wanted to stay in Toronto, maybe you go to a place like, Scarborough Gardens. It's a smaller venue, but it's still in the city just outside in, Orted Reeve Arena, something like that I think would be very cool as well. So you keep that Toronto vibe, but you go to a smaller community arena like that. Hey, maybe you even think about maybe going to Ottawa. I know there was a lot of interest at the start due to, just travel issues. We weren't able to have an event there this year, that's a place where I could see somewhere out in that area, maybe Nepean, even Kingston. I think Kingston would be another great spot as well. There's definitely a lot of opportunities. If not to put you on the spot, since you've been putting me on the spot, where's a place that you maybe would like to see?
I'd love to see, some place out my way would be nice. Burlington, Oakville, those places as well. But, being here in Collingwood, and you just mentioned a lot of other communities, sometimes these communities that love their local hockey, Peterborough, Collingwood, places like that really appreciate the 3HL, and, those barns filling up and really going to pack the joint. So I think those kind of places for the 3HL are just fantastic matches.
Yeah, I know, it's perfect. And I think that, especially this building, you can just feel the history in here.
Yeah.
From the Collingwood Legionnaires, their old team, to the Collingwood Blues, which just lost their team not too long ago.
There's a picture of 1991 Team Canada right beside us.
There you go. There's so much history in this building. The Shipbuilders, one of the Senior A hockey teams. Another
Fantastic
great name. Another great name. The Collingwood Green Shirts, a Junior C team as well.
Name too.
So you can just feel the history in this barn. And, another piece of history is coming now, with the 3HL, the first ever 3-on-3 professional hockey league in this building. And I had a chance to talk to so many local Collingwood, community members and some business owners as well, and they were just so excited to have this here. Seeing them around here, they're so excited. And there's a ton of guys that are from Collingwood or played their junior hockey in Collingwood, so they're happy to be back in this arena as well.
No, and with the Family Day weekend, it also makes it a little extra special as well for those people in the community and those small business owners, with people coming down to ski and then catching some 3-on-3 hockey late at night. We are very excited to be in Collingwood for the 3HL Collingwood Classic here at Eddie Bush Memorial Gardens. Don't go anywhere. Puck drop is just a few minutes away, so we will send it to break.
What's in a dime? You might say just 10 cents. But for over 60 years, March of Dimes has turned this into a force for transformation, changing the lives of thousands of Canadians with disabilities. Today, March of Dimes Canada is a national organization helping countless children and adults live full, independent lives. But to make it happen, we need these more than ever before. The miracle of transformation is in your hands.
Welcome back to Eddie Bush Memorial Arena in Collingwood, Ontario. We now have the opening ceremonies with Jim Lowe. Welcome back. The opening ceremonies will start momentarily. Dalton Finkbeiner here with Pat Gregoire in Eddie Bush Memorial Arena for the 3HL Collingwood Classic. Pat, looking at our first matchup, the Guelph Brewers and the London Threes coming up here at around the 6 o'clock hour. What are you going to be looking for from both these teams?
You know, I think that you couldn't find two more evenly matched teams right now. Both with 2-2 records, both earning $4,000. But as I'm just about to speak, it sounds like Jim Lowe is ready for the pregame ceremonies.
There it has it. The opening ceremonies for the Collingwood Classic. Dalton Finkbeiner here with Pat Gregoire at Eddie Bush Memorial Arena. We are moments away from having the Canadian National Anthem sung and getting this tournament kicked off. It is the third stop on the 3HL Tour. We are very happy to be here in Collingwood, Ontario. You know, the smallest venue we've been at, Pat, but definitely, you know, it seems like the most electric.
Yeah, no doubt. We've talked about so much history in this building, and you know, talking to Mitch Scott before, he just said that, you know, this is a hockey town, and they've been starving for some, you know, competitive hockey since the Collingwood Blues left a few years ago, the Collingwood Blues being the Junior A hockey team. But now, you know, they have this event here, the 3HL Collingwood Classic, and, you know, it's starting to look like this building's really starting to fill out. I was down in the concourse, you know, when we went for our break, and people are still rolling in buying tickets. So I anticipate by, you know, puck drop in a few moments and possibly even by, you know, our second or third game, this place is going to be rammed.
And I think the thing we both like about this, Pat, is it's kind of an old school type barn, you know, the colored seats.
Oh, yeah.
One of the barns you grew up playing in.
The tin roof.
Yeah, the tin roof. So I think it's got that old school feel, which, you know, kind of fitting here on Hockey Day in Canada. You know, bunch of full slate of NHL action and a full slate of 3HL action here in Collingwood, Ontario. First game between the Guelph Brewers and the London Threes. Two teams that have had very good results so far in their two tournaments, and both, you know, the Threes have a finals appearance. The Brewers looking to get over that second round hump. And we kind of agreed that this is probably the marquee matchup of the first round.
Yeah, it certainly is. I think you just you look at both teams, their rosters, and just the fact that they both share the same record. Both of them, you know, you have London, who just almost won a championship, and then you have a team in Guelph who, like you said multiple times, are looking to get over that hump. You see this roster here. Definitely a different look of Guelph Brewers team that we've seen before with Brock McPherson, Brent McDermott, Greg Sorelli, Chris Chappell, Tyler Stothers, Theo Peckham, Shea Kuhn, Anthony Tapper, Brett Mackey, and Alex Dupuis in between the pipes. This team, I mean, there's so much OHL experience like you talked about. Almost every single player at least playing a few seasons in the OHL. You look on the other side, Paul McElveen, Zach Lorentz, Matt Sheik, Spencer McCormick, Mike Burgoyne, Nathan Ansel, Patty Morgan, Tyler Townsend, Lucas Baleshta, and in net, Rich Wigmore.
And here we have it. I think we're going to get the singing of the Canadian National Anthem coming up moments away from puck drop here at the Collingwood 3HL Classic. We'll send it now to the Canadian National Anthem. Carry home in between the benches. We are ready here for game one between the Guelph Brewers and the London Threes. Game that we've dubbed the marquee matchup of the first round. The Brewers with one of the most talented rosters top to bottom, especially on paper. The London Threes with a fantastic performance on New Year's Day, led by Lucas Baleshta, who is a human highlight reel with some of the goals he scores. Pat, we are in for a very exciting matchup to kick this one off.
Yeah, I mean, we've said it multiple times. I think this is the marquee matchup of the first round. Both teams have so much professional experience at all different levels. And both teams actually are missing a few key players as well. I've mentioned Matt Kennedy, Brett McLean, and Miles McLean out of the lineup, but there's so much depth on both teams.
And here we go, London Threes and Guelph Brewers for the first game of the Collingwood Classic. Threes control it. Coming in there. Here we go. Lucas Baleshta controls it at the point for the Threes, passes it off to Spencer McCormick, an OT hero on New Year's Day. Threes take it all the way back to center ice. We've noticed sometimes in these games, Pat, there's a little bit of a feeling out process for the first couple minutes. Both these teams are, so good on defense. It might take a little while to open each other up. Baleshta controls in the corner. Baleshta looking for a pass. Spencer McCormick controls in the slot. Back to Burgoyne. Net is off. Ref calls for a face-off. Mike Burgoyne, previous experience in the ECHL. Also played in Belfast, the Netherlands, and Romania. Brewers control it for the first time this afternoon.
You talked about the feeling out process. One thing that the London Threes won't be feeling out is their chemistry.
And almost disastrous there for Rich Wigmore. Gets back to his net, but the Threes control. Patty Morgan with it along the boards. He's alone. Back to the blue line. Threes control it. Nice save there by Dupuis. Alex Dupuis played his junior hockey at Lindsay. Also played at Lakehead University. And now on the ice for the first time is Theo Peckham. The former Edmonton Oiler anchors the blue line for this Guelph Brewers team. And if you notice some of the Brewers players wearing some stuff on their heads, that's because Shea Curran of Dalhousie University is the founder of UHawk, a device that lets you rewatch some of your games.
Really cool product.
Yeah, real cool product from a personal view. Shake into the slot. Patty Morgan with an open shot, fires it just wide. Shake back with it. Shake keeps. Can't sneak it by Dupuis there. She controls it still. London with a lot of early pressure. Guelph been hemmed in their zone for most of this first half.
I think that has a lot to do with a lot of the turnover in this Brewers lineup. London played, a good chunk of these guys have played together, in the last couple tournaments. So I feel that the chemistry is buzzing so far for this Threes team.
Baleshta controls it now. Baleshta controls it, fires it across. Nice stick there from Mackey. McCormick, though, fights it back. Baleshta in alone in front. Cannot get the toe drag to go. Dupuis with a great poke check. In the corner there, Chappell, one of our key players today. He controls it. The former Sarnia Sting captain, one of the bigger players in this league. Mackey to Chappell. Threes back with it now. London with a very good performance in the New Year's Day Classic. They lost in the finals. Now McCormick almost roofs it there, sends it into the netting.
Yeah, McCormick's so good around the net. We've seen, most of his goals and his plays come from there. He's just got such a knack around the net.
And if you're new to 3HL hockey, not much. The ref does not wait for faceoffs. Dropped the puck there, and Baleshta able to pick it up. Threes in all alone. They've had a lot of the early control so far in this game. McCormick now with it on the half boards and brings it all the way back to center for Burgoyne.
Really like this line of Burgoyne, McCormick, and Baleshta so far.
Yeah, they've been electric. They've controlled a lot of the play. Threes with it again. Now the Brewers trying to get something out. Greg Shirelli chips that one out and finally gets a little bit of relief for his squad. But here they come again. Morgan across to Burgoyne. Burgoyne, nice save there from Dupuis. He's been sharp early on, had a lot of work here. 2 minutes, just over 2 minutes to go here in the first half. Still scoreless here at Eddie Bush Memorial Arena. The threes curl in, and Dupuis hangs on to it again. So Dupuis has been fantastic so far in the early going.
Yeah, Dupuis, the former Lakehead U netminder, really standing on his head, standing strong, but just making those saves look so easy.
Here we go, former Edmonton Oilers Theo Peckham. Peckham almost gets it back across. And the threes control it again. Patty Morgan. Morgan was fantastic for the threes in their march to the New Year's Day Classic finals. Morgan with it again. Nice little move. Patty Morgan in. Fires one. Dupuis with another fantastic save. Alex Dupuis, the early star in this one. Rock solid here for the Brewers, who have been under siege for most of this first half. Threes coming at it again. Dupuis with another stop. Last minute of play here, still scoreless. Theo Peckham controls it for the Brewers. Peckham, nice little chip move. Wigmore kicks it out, and Wigmore keeps it out.
Wigmore not getting much action for that last little while, but proving that he's one of the top goalies here in the 3HL with that save.
Baleshta kind of caught there by himself. Brett Mackey gets the puck back and controls it for the Brewers, settles it down. Gets it to Chappell. Chappell fires one. Wigmore knocks the net off, going to put it back on himself just under. Oh no, Wigmore leaves the net off, and the ref blows it dead.
That's that big body of Chris Chappell with the soft touch as well. He almost buries there, showing why he was a standout playing for the Saginaw Spirit throughout his entire junior career.
So, and that will do it for the first half of game one. Still scoreless here, but the London Threes definitely controlling the play. Alex Dupuis was fantastic for the Brewers in between the pipes.
Yeah, he was outstanding. I mean, that's the only reason why this game, is locked at 0-0 right now. He's been outstanding. No knock against Rich Wigmore as well. He's made some pretty big stops as well.
Definitely a surprising first period with Dupuis, backstopping the Brewers, kind of helping them survive that one. And take a look at some of the highlights from this first period. No goals, but a ton of action, most of it at Alex Dupuis, who had to make a lot of big-time stops.
Yeah, that poke check there was definitely the big one there. Lucas Baleshta, the former NCAA athlete, great hands, big body out in front of the net. He almost guarantees scores that, 10 out of 10 times, but it looks like it's 9 out of 10 as that poke check just robs him from a goal.
And you can see some of those the Guelph players with that U-Hawk on their helmet. A cool tool. Be interesting to see some of the footage from that. Still, there you can see the U-Hawk.
Yeah, Shea Kuhn's been one of the players that have been on the roster for this Guelph team. This is his first game of 3HL action, so he's having a little bit of a feeling out process. But I mean, you look at his resume playing in Ottawa, Oshawa.
Dalhousie Tiger, former Dalhousie
and
Tiger.
Can't forget about that as well. He has a very strong resume. So once he kind of figures out the game of the 3-on-3 action, I think he's going to be a big addition for this Brewers team, even though he has been here since day one.
Here we go, puck drop here for the second half, 7 minutes to go. 0-0 here in the first game of the 3HL's Collingwood Classic. London Threes and Guelph Brewers on the ice. Alex Dupuis, the early story, making a ton of saves in that first period. McCormick now controls it to Baleshta. Baleshta back to Burgoyne. And here we go, Kevin Chappell with a partial break, but getting back. Chappell wires one. Wigmore up to the task and covers it up. First real test there for Rich Wigmore, one of the top goalies here in the 3HL. Easy for him, and Lucas Baleshta wheels it the other way for the Threes. You mentioned this unit, Patty, been very good for the Threes. That might be the only bad shift they've had so far today. Brock McPherson now back with it, wearing Anthony Tapper's number 51 jersey. And we might have too many men, so we're going to get a penalty shot here.
Looks like Patty Morgan's going to take it. I think that's a great option. The guy's quick, and this penalty shot is brought to you by Side Launch Brewing Company.
Patty Morgan in all alone. Morgan scores, and the first goal for the London Threes, 1-0. The former Brock Badger makes no mistake on his penalty shot.
That was actually Patty Morgan, the former Lindsey Muskie, getting his 6th goal of the year. 9 points now. Great job by Patty Morgan. When he gets time and space, he will not make any mistake there.
So the Brewers going to have to play catch-up here. Fantastic save there from Wigmore. And Morgan outlet pass.
McElveen there.
McElveen there.
He's one of these players that we do have to watch. He has such an extensive amount of professional hockey experience.
And now the Brewers break it out again. And what a goal there. Fantastic finish, and it's 1-1 here. Rich Wigmore beaten high.
Tyler Stothers with the
Stothers
move there.
Fantastic move, and Wigmore couldn't do much about that one.
No, absolutely not. That's just one of those plays there where you got to, as a goalie, kind of, swallow your pride there and tip your cap to just a more skilled play there.
Baleshta controls it. Despite controlling most of the play, London only up 1. Dupuis gets a glove on that one. And if the Guelph Brewers can steal this one, he's a big reason why. Theo Peckham, former Edmonton Oiler, wires it all the way. Threes get it back. Watched by Cohen. Shake over, and a goal by Lucas Balesta. 2-1 to the threes. Nice play there on the 2-on-1.
The pride of Plattsburgh, Lucas Balesta, with a beautiful finish, but you got to give credit to Matt Sheik there with a beautiful pass as well.
And right away, here's Chappell. Wigmore,
Oh!
what a poke check. Rich Wigmore takes one away from the Brewers, and they go the other way. Theo Peckham gets in front of that one. To McPherson, Peckham, partial 2-on-1, Peckham, and he finishes it off. The former Edmonton Oiler showing off the hands. Puts that one in the back of the net, and we have a 2-2 hockey game.
Teddy Peckman, as Don Cherry would say, popping bottles like nobody's business. What a beautiful shot by the former Edmonton Oiler.
Yeah, Theo Peckham, a tough guy in the NHL, showing off his finesse game here in the 3HL. And that's a big goal for his team to get it back 2-2. 2.5 minutes to go here, tied at 2s in Game 1 of the 3HL Classic, London Threes and Guelph Brewers. McCormick now. McCormick curls and drags, fires it into the stands.
Now, if you follow our social media accounts, especially our Instagram, we always show love to Spencer McCormick's two twins. They have a great Instagram account, and there's a great picture on our feed there that has, them. They always come out and, we call them the biggest yet smallest 3HL fans.
Kevin Chappell with it now. Back to McPherson. McPherson wires one. Wigmore might have got a blocker on that one.
I don't know if Chris Chappell heard us in the booth before talking about him so much, but, he hasn't found the back of the cage yet or the score sheet, but he's been buzzing out here today.
Definitely a difference maker for the Brewers. Minute 40 left. Brett Mackey curls back. Brewers control it at center ice. Sheik with it now, the captain of the threes. Sorelli getting in there.
Dalton, just quick note there. Sheik wearing the C, but that's the only reason is because Rich Wigmore is actually the captain, so he's not able to rock the C in the crease.
Could have done the Roberto Luongo style.
Yeah, I would have
mask.
definitely gone with that for sure.
Balesta now, great play there, and now by Stothers, and Stothers is back this way for Guelph. Last minute of play. Stothers almost puts his team ahead. That one confused Wigmore. .50 seconds left. Threes control it. McCormick with almost a fantastic move, but Dupuis sticks his paddle out, maybe breaks that one up. 37 seconds left. Balesta controls at the blue line. Balesta down to McCormick. McCormick tries to chip it around. Balesta with it now. Balesta into the slot. Gonna have a chance maybe. Wraps it around. What a save by Dupuis.
You have got to be kidding me.
Fantastic save there by the Brewers netminder. And that might send it to overtime. 3 seconds left. Balesta's gonna have one more chance. Shot McCormick, and what a save by Dupuis. In the dying seconds of the game, Alex Dupuis, I think he got his head in front of that one. And just when it looked like the game was going to overtime, the threes almost ended in the final seconds.
You know what? The Guelph Brewers, they owe a few side launch brews to their goaltender, Alex Dupuis, for making those saves. Wow.
So, Patty, for people who have not watched the 3HL, let's run through the overtime rules.
Yeah, so it is a 10-minute overtime sudden death. We saw an overtime actually last at the Oshawa.
I think we've seen overtime both times, both tournaments.
Yes, we have. But the new format with it being 10 minutes is actually the most time that we do see on the board. Actually, it looks like they're actually adding 7. So maybe I'm proven wrong. But it is sudden death. There's no shootout. We are avoiding the shootout. 3-on-3 is the best. That's why no need for a shootout. Let's just keep playing until someone scores.
2-2 hockey game. Patty Morgan. Burgoyne wires one. Dupuis gets in front of that. Theo Peckham. Maybe Peckham can end it.
Oh.
Freeze with it now. McDermott with it. McDermott, nice little move. Tries to flip it over. I think Wigmore put his blocker on that. Morgan now slings Burgoyne. Burgoyne, Chappell cuts him off. Nice save there by Dupuis, and he covers it up before Baleshta can jump on it.
Great outlet feed there too, but good job by Patty Morgan to get back.
The Brewers control it. Peckham with it on the half boards. Nice little toe drag by the Oiler. Net is knocked off though. Brewers want a call. Not going to get one. Face off, quick drop there. Baleshta tries to chip it to himself, unable to get it out. And now back the other way, Sheik and Baleshta, partial 2-on-1. Baleshta gets into the slot, fans on it, and the Brewers are going back the other way. Stothers with it. Stothers keeps Wigmore with a fantastic save, pokes it up into the slot. Great save there by Rich Wigmore to keep this game tied at 2.
We've been talking about Dupuis so much, but Wigmore holding his own as well in this game.
Sheik with it, fires it over to McCormick. McCormick roughed up on the boards. Brett Mackey with it. Mackey controls Mackey into the offensive zone to McPherson. McPherson wires one wide.
We're getting a penalty here.
We're going to get a penalty shot coming up unless the Brewers can end it here.
Wow.
So here we go. We have a penalty shot sponsored by Side Launch Brewery. And who's going to be the one to take it? Looks like Brett Mackey's going to have a chance to end it for the Guelph Brewers. Mackey pointing out for the Chasers. Mackey with it. Mackey scores! Brett Mackey pops the bottle, and the Guelph Brewers are off to the second round for the third straight time.
Wow. Unbelievable. This Guelph team just finds ways to win games. You know, you talked about how London basically controlled the play of that game the entire time. They get a couple of big goals, but let's not forget Alex Dupuis was unbelievable in between the pipes, just shutting the door off multiple times. You know, the former Lake Head U goaltender just was unbelievable today. If I had to pick an MVP for the game, it was definitely him.
No, I know Mackey was able to get the winner with a fantastic goal, but Dupuis was, you know, he sent this one to overtime with that fantastic save in the dying second. So the Brewers are off to the second round. And as we see the ice getting flooded with the teams that are coming up, the Bees and the Markham Millionaires in Game 2.
You see it.
And here we go, the Guelph Brewers off to the second round for the third straight time, and they are going to meet the winner of this game. The Bees and the Markham Millionaires. Patty, we were high on the Bees after the performance last week, and the Markham Millionaires team who's searching for their first win. Let's tee this one up. What do you see from both sides?
You know, for the key to victory for the Bees is not to get too high. We saw, you know, a completely different team in Oshawa. They just can't, you know, think that they're above this Markham team. They can't look towards playing that Guelph team. They have to take care of business here because we know Markham, they can score early. It's just the fact that they haven't been able to keep a lead. And with that being said, I think Markham are going to really have to lay, you know, a lot into staying to a defensive game and helping out their goaltender Daryl Rothen, who, don't get me wrong, is an electric goaltender, but he can't do everything.
Let's take a look now at the Toronto Bees roster, captained by Brandon Turner, Kelly Jackson, Aaron Wiseman, Adam Place, Rob Quitt, and their new addition, number 20, Mike Johnson, the former Toronto Maple Leafs and TV star. Let's take a look now at the Markham Millionaires. Nate Donaldson, David LeBlanc, Jeff McPherson, Blake Lavelle, Dan McEachran, Daniel Sweep, Andrew Bonello, Ryan Halebich, Louis Taniga, and Daryl Rothen in net.
Yeah, I think, like I said earlier, I think Daniel Sweep is definitely the player to watch in this one. An extensive OHL career, going to the OHL championships, winning the championship, I should say, and then going to the Memorial Cup with the Owen Sound attack. I think that I think that he definitely is going to bring some veteran experience here, but he's also a pretty good player. Of course, I said he's more of an energy player, but he definitely has the skill to add some talent to this Markham Millionaires roster, who are so desperate for their first win. We said it's so ironic. They're the Millionaires. Their jerseys are green, but they haven't won a game yet. Their pockets are empty.
Let's see if they can get it done here today. The Markham Millionaires and the Toronto Bees kicking off our second game here at the Collingwood 3HL Classic. Control Quitt up to Burgeon. Quitt.
Now this was definitely the best line that we saw, at the Oshawa showcase, with Wiseman, the former Ajax Axeman, Rob Quitt, the Memorial Cup champion, AHLer, ECHLer, and then of course big game Tony, Anthony Bergen, who's been electric.
Bergen to Jordan Reed. Jordan Reed scores! And the Toronto Bees hop on this one early. Jordan Reed picks up where they left off and beats Daryl Rothen to make it 1-0 for the Toronto Bees.
Jordan Reed, the pride of Ajax, Ontario, showing why he was such a prolific scorer in junior and in the NCAA Division III with the Curry Colonels.
Adam Place with it now. Place. And here we go. Bees controlling it. They come out flying, picking up right where they left off in Oshawa. Adam Place with it at the top. Gets it to our goal scorer, Jordan Reed. Reed forces a turnover. Reed almost gets another one. He was looking for a call. Wasn't happy about that slash from Captain Nate Donaldson of the Markham Millionaires.
Quick question, was that Jordan Reed's first non-slap shot goal in the 3HL?
It might have been a half clap.
That's true.
So
that's true.
We'll have to ask him about that. Bonello controls it. One of the guys we said was a key to this Millionaires offense. Played over in France. 4 years with Robert Morris. And there's Mike Johnson. Johnson gets it to Captain Brandon Turner. Turner on the boards. Back to Johnson. Johnson does not look like he's lost a step at all.
No.
Gets it over to Elliott. Johnson at the top of the crease. He curls back. Fires it over to Turner. Turner to Johnson. Johnson chips it to Elliott. Nice little passing play, and Mike Johnson's going to get a chance. Johnson tries to chip it over Roth, and he's able to catch it.
Former Maple Leaf star there, Mike Johnson, almost getting his first professional hockey goal in quite some time, actually. But like you said, it looks like he hasn't missed a step at all.
Millionaires trying to get something going. Rob Quitt, Memorial Cup champ with the Windsor Spitfires, plays it back. Wiseman with it. Wiseman to Quitt, off Quitt's skate. Tries to get it back, but LeBlanc intercepts it, and we're going to have a 2-on-1. LeBlanc tries to curl it, but Bergen gets it stick in there. Bergen all the way over to Quitt. Quitt to Wiseman. Wiseman takes a slap shot Hits the post. Inches away from giving his team a 2-goal lead. Bonello with it now. Andrew Bonello controls it. Still has it. Back to McEachran. McEachran got a lane. Blair up to the task. He was fantastic last time in Oshawa. One of the big reasons in the finals that they were able to win the Oshawa Showcase.
Yeah, the former York Lions goalie really stood on his head, and it looks like he's found his stride once again in this tournament.
Bergen with it now.
Oh.
Rothen with a nice skate save to keep this one a 1-goal game just out of the reach of Donaldson. Bees still control it. Place to Reed. Don't give this guy space. Place, toe drag, gets it across. Adam Place with a nice little play to get back and break that 2-on-1 up for the Millionaires. Blair controls it. Gets it to Place. Place with Kelly Jackson. Over to Jackson, back to Place. Almost gets it to bounce in. Louis Taninga with it. Taninga wires one. Blair. No problem for him. Bees with it now. Clear it into the Markham zone. Rothen out to play it. Brandon Turner back there. A real force on defense. Guy who likes to mix it up. Not a ton of hitting in the 3HL, but Turner, one of the guys who likes to deliver a few body blows.
Like I said in the pregame show, if you're just tuning in now, Brandon Turner, a former professional lacrosse player as well. His career in lacrosse actually was cut short due to concussion issues. He's cleared to play lacrosse now and hockey, so it's great to see him back, but he's not afraid to mix it up even with his previous concussion
He doesn't play like a guy who's,
no.
Or maybe he does. Depending on the way you look at it, maybe he does play like a guy who has a bunch of concussions. Rothen off the boards. 1-0 here, just under a minute to go. 1-0 in the second game of the Collingwood 3HL Collingwood Classic between the Toronto Bees and the Markham Millionaires. Winner of this game takes on the Guelph Brewers, who won in overtime in the first game.
I mean, it looks like this Bees team has picked up where they left off last. This puck position, I'm not a big fancy stat guy, but their Corsi has to be through the roof right now.
Johnson tried to get it over to Elliott. Bouncing puck. Bees still got it. Quit with it. Goes upstairs, and former Memorial Cup champ Rob Quitt makes no mistake. 2-0 for the Bees.
Wow, Rob Quitt showing why he has had such a long professional hockey career in the AHL, the SPHL, playing a little bit over in Europe as well. Going absolute roof daddy there for his first 3HL goal.
And the Millionaires come right back. LeBlanc puts this one back at a 1-goal game. That's how quickly this thing can change here in the 3HL, and that does it for the first half. The Bees lead the Markham Millionaires 2-1. Pat, we talked about it. Bees picking up right where they left off.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, you look up at the score clock, 2-1 right now. But, I mean, you know, the majority of the possession and the scoring opportunities have been for the Toronto Bees. I can't stress how much, you know, that goal for the Markham Millionaires, how important it is there for LeBlanc to score there. But you know what? I think this Toronto team has to capitalize on their chances. Sure, you know what? Daryl Rothen has played a great game. He's made some electric saves so far. But they've had a lot of chances where they need to bury and put the puck away because, like you said, look how quickly other teams can reply. You know, this doesn't feel like a 2-1 game right now, but that's the fact. It is. I mean, you see that goal there by Jordan Reed. We talked about how great of a goal scorer he is. At any level, he has played pretty much. I mean, you look at his numbers, you know, in junior, you know, putting up 179 points in 143 games in junior. Then he goes on to college, puts up 86 points in 90 games, almost a point per game there. And then even when he was in the SPHL for a short period of time, still put up almost 10 points in 11 games. So, I mean, the guy can score, there's no doubt. And clock going a little bananas there. And that's that's the downfall of playing, at a beautiful old historic rink. They do have a little kinks that they need to fill out.
The Horn might need some upgrading, but the vibe here is fantastic, and the place is packed here.
Still filling in too. More people showing up
for the 3HL Collingwood Classic. And here we go, second half, 2-1 for the Bees.
Oh,
David Blair gets in front of that one. Rob Quitt puts on the brakes, and Bergen with it now. Bergen tries to work to the slot, broken up there by the Millionaires. Markham has led in both of their games so far, just have been unable to hold on to that lead. Maybe they'll do better this time coming from behind, trying to get their first win in the 3HL. Tough here against the last team to win a 3HL event, the Toronto Bees. Controlling it now. Nice glove save there from David Blair.
I can't stress how athletic David Blair really is. His agility in the crease is so vital in the 3HL, because there are so many chances where, goalies are just down and out, and he's able to come out with a big save. And he's springs up, ready to move the puck right away.
Rob Quitt with a nice little move. McEachran blocks that. Quitt fights for it in the corner. Unable to control it. Markham got all three guys forward. Blair all the way out to play it.
It's like having an extra defenseman.
Yep. And ping pongs all the way down to Daryl Roth, and Jackson breaks that one up, finds Reed. Reed steps into one, partially blocked. Lace gets it. Reed.
Fanned on it there too.
Down in the corner to Place. Place trying to find Reed. Controls it on the half wall and plays it all the way back down to David Blair. Jackson curls back. Brandon Turner, an overtime hero for the Bees last time they were on the ice. He sent them to the finals with a goal in OT. Bonello wires one high and wide, going all the way back down the ice, and now Adam Place takes it. Knocked off the puck there. His helmet comes all the way up. And 2-on-1 for the Millionaires. Bonello fake slap shot, tries to get it across. Broken up there by Elliott. Bees with some nice back checking there, break up that odd man rush for the Millionaires.
Yeah, Shane Elliott getting back into the lineup. The former Streetsville Derby was out of the lineup due to an injury at Oshawa. He was able to get back into the lineup with the new expansion of players, and we'll see Mike Johnson actually hop on the ice for the first time. Speaking of expanding of rosters, that was one of the reasons why they were able to acquire such an NHL veteran in Mike Johnson.
Yeah, Johnson has not looked rusty one bit. See if he can get he's had one chance early in the first period. See if he can get one here in the second half to give some insurance to his Toronto Bees team, who has a 1-goal lead here with 3:45 left. Bergen with it. Bergen, Rothen with a nice save there. Millionaires away with it. David Blair up to the task. He's looked sharp. Not a ton of work, but when he's had shots, he hasn't looked like it's bothered him much.
No, and that goal LeBlanc scored against him was a pretty nice shot as well. Blair's looked almost perfect without the exception of that one goal against.
And Bergen almost beats Rothen high upstairs. Rothen he's been solid, but none of his highlight reel crazy saves. He had a skate save in the first, but usually he's all over the ice.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know if he went to fundamental school or something in the last couple of weeks, because he's looking like he's more of a normal goaltender. We don't see him flopping around in the crease like we have, but maybe that has to do with the fact that Markham is playing a tighter defensive game, so he doesn't have to flop all over the place.
Yeah,
all he has to, and as I say that, he almost dives out of the crease.
The first two games have been very tight. We talked about a feeling out process. Sometimes it takes these teams a little bit to open up, and some of these guys, once they get the hang of 3-on-3, they also know how to defend it. And it takes a little more to bust out some of these, break down some of these defenses.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's been a big part of why the Bees were so successful last tournament as well. You know, Brandon Turner, speaking with him as well, he said he spent a lot of time breaking down the film. I know Jordan Reed did the same.
Bonello with an in all alone, tries to go through his legs off the mask of Blair, who keeps it out. And Jordan Reed's going to get a breakaway here. Reed, fantastic spinning save.
Wow. There is the Daryl Roth.
He must have heard
you. He heard me.
He heard you.
Oh, man. That was ridiculous.
Big hit there, almost breaks the puck from Bonello.
I've got to say, we've been giving Bonello a lot of praise in the pregame show, but I think he's been, you know, a huge part of this Markham team why it's such a close game.
Pass picked off there, and LeBlanc, the goal scorer for the Millionaires, going to get another chance off the pad of Jackson. We'll see here if the Millionaires open up a bit. Down a goal, they might have to start pushing 3 forward, and what a pad save there by Blair. Keep this team in front as we approach the final minute of play here in game number 2.
One thing I will say about this Bees team that we're not seeing that we saw in the first is they're not as physical as we saw in Oshawa. They were banging bodies around as much as they could. They've kind of got away from that.
Last minute of play here. Mike Johnson on the ice.
Smart play by Johnson there, recognizing that it would have been too many men leaving that puck alone.
Team was on a change. Bees really spreading things out, maybe trying to kill the clock by shooting it down. We talked about this puck possession game. They're probably just going to try to hold it down here. Play keep away for the final 30 seconds. And Johnson has it now, and there he is. Just trying to grind it down on the boards as the clock ticks down.
Good luck trying to get the puck off that big body.
Placed down to Johnson. What a fantastic display here, but the Bees just they're content to hold on and approach 10 seconds. Rob Quitt wires it around the boards, and that should do it. The Toronto Bees keep their winning streak alive. That's 4 straight Millionaires still searching for their first win in the 3HL. Pat, the score was only 2-1, but it felt like that was the Bees game.
Yeah, you know what? It definitely did. Like I said earlier, it seemed like from start to finish, they controlled the tempo of the game. You got to tip your cap to Markham, though. It's so unfortunate. They haven't played like an 0-3 team, though. I mean, this is the 3rd game that they've lost by a goal, right? It's actually unbelievable when you think of it that way. But you got to tip their cap to them because they look much better in this game. And Daryl Rothen, I think, another great performance by him.
Toronto Bees victorious. Bees looking to continue their win streak as we approach. And we are going to set it down now to carry on with one of the Bees' winning players.
Are we good? Okay, we're with Rob Quitt. You got the first game out of the way. How did you feel out there?
I was a little nervous at the beginning. We had a couple new faces, but it was nice to get the first win and move on.
A couple new faces. How did you feel about the chemistry on your team?
It's good. You know, a lot of us grew up in Scarborough, knew each other as kids playing hockey together, so we're a pretty tight-knit group.
Any adjustments for the next game?
We have to be a little bit smarter. We played a little bit quick, turned the puck over a few too many times, and our goalie bailed us out, so we're going to look to make things a little different next game.
Awesome. Good luck in the next game. Back to you guys.
It's the Milton Flyers and the Kitchener Lions. Flyers already have a victory in the 3HL. They won the New Year's Day Classic. Kitchener Lions, they made some noise in the first tournament. Early exit to that red-hot Toronto Bees team in Oshawa. Are we going to see the Milton team that we saw on New Year's Day?
I think we certainly are. But before we get that, how about Rob Quitt with the cool, swaggy sit-down during that interview?
Yeah,
just take a load off, Rob Quitt. Why don't you? Anyways, but the Markham Millionaires, the way they warmed up in their first warm-up, the way they're coming out here, I think they're ready. I don't think they really came out with the energy that we saw on January 1st. And like Tristan Fairbairn said, the captain of this team, he said Don't worry, we'll be back. So we'll see if this team actually, in fact, is back.
2 new additions, Justin DiBenedetto and
Devin DiDemetti. Those names are tough to say.
Yes, Devin DiDemetti and Justin DiBenedetto. I think I got it down, but those are 2 big-time OHL guys who had decorated OHL careers who are going to add a little more juice to a lineup that didn't really need it.
Yeah, absolutely. And we talked so much about how huge the chemistry factor is. You even heard Rob Quitt there talk about how a lot of those guys grew up playing hockey together. Maybe in their pro career or their junior careers they didn't. That's very similar to this Milton team as well. And then you add a guy in DiBenedetto and DiDemetti, both guys that played together on a very good Sarnia Sting team. And they also, played, like I said, almost a combined 15 years of professional hockey between the two.
And there's Justin DiBenedetto out for the opening faceoff. And there's Tyler Ryan, the leader of this Kitchener Lions team. He controls it now. Big hit there from Devine. Ryan gives one back to Devine. DiBenedetto with it now. Fires it across to Fairbairn. Devine with it now. Kitchener controls it. Tyler Ryan. Ryan dumps it in and goes off for a change. Early on, Pat, we've seen some 2 tighter games. Do you think the teams are making adjustments to be more sound defensively after the first 2 weeks?
Yeah, I think they are. I think the teams are making a much better commitment to defense, and I think it's because they've seen, Milton and the Toronto Bees, probably you could argue the best 2 puck possession teams and defensive teams, have come out on top with the championship.
Pat Peretta. Peretta gets it loose, tries to get it in front to Willer. Back to Spivak. Mentioned him in the pregame. Member of Israel's men's national team. The Lions control it. Willer just misses Peretta in the slot. Peretta gets it back. Fires it in front. Chris Dobson with it there. Beaton. Fires it in, and what a save there from Davenport.
You talk about the Collingwood connections with the Oshawa 88s. Aaron Dickinson there actually is also a Collingwood native as well. Played a little bit with the Blues. So that's why he's buzzing on the ice so far this early.
Radisa in the corner to Trevor Waller. Waller gets it back. Radisa
was actually one of the last-minute pickups, playing his NCAA hockey with Plattsburgh, and actually just coming home last week from playing with the Mississippi River Kings of the SPHL.
DiBenedetto with it. DiBenedetto gets around the defender, and he tries to go through his legs. Gets it in front to Spivak. Spivak trying to get back to DiBenedetto. In front to Spivak. Spivak goes up, tries to go upstairs. Nice save there from David Serra. Played with the Fergus Devils and the Guelph Hurricanes. No score here, 3.5 minutes to go in the first half. Game number 3 of the 3HL Collingwood Classic. Spivak with it to Devine. Devine, nice little move, almost scores a highlight reel goal. So much ice out there for skilled guys.
And you talk about the skill of Carson Devine. Such a big body, too. I mean, when he's in his own end, he covers up so much space. And looks like we're...
Maybe guys weren't... Oh, we might have a penalty shot?
Penalty shot, we'll have to wait and see.
Penalty shot. Brought to you by Side Launch Brewery. Kevin Willer is going to take it. I think it was a too many men on the ice call by the Lions. And Willer's off. Willer scores! Nice little move there from the Flyers forward. 1-0 Milton.
Willer scoring his 4th goal of the season. A nice just breakaway penalty shot goal. Just didn't try to do anything too fancy. Just rips a snapper, showing why he had such a great professional career in the SPHL with the Mississippi River Kings.
Willer gets it now back. 3-0. Peretta just bounced over his stick. Otherwise, there's going to be 3 Flyers right in front of the Lions net. Willer back to Fairbarn. Fairbarn over.
Oh,
nice save there by Sarah. Peretta gets it back. Willer, top of the slot. Wires one. Sarah, nice save there. Lions goalie has looked sharp early on.
Certainly has. We've seen 3 different goalies in 3 different tournaments for the Lions, so there's a good chance, I think, Sarah, if he keeps this up, he might find a permanent home with the Lions.
Fairbarn in. Sorry, Forfar. Milton controlling. Forfar tries to curl it around. Can't find Flyers teammate. Beaton coughs it up to Spivak. Forfar. Nice little kick off the skate. He controls it now in the corner. Milton has held possession for most of this first half, and as we've seen in the last 2 tournaments, usually time of possession indicates an advantage on the scoreboard.
Certainly does. I think that that's one of the things that Milton, struggled against Guelph in that Oshawa tournament, and I think they found their game once again, gaining that possession, and that was one of the things that made them so successful on January 1st.
Final minute here of the first half. Radisa unable to find the back of the net. Gets it back. Tyler Ryan calling for it. Ryan in front. Ryan waits and he scores! Tyler Ryan. The leading scorer for the Kitchener Lions does it again, and he squares this one up at once.
8 goals for number 27. You talk about a pure goal scorer, that's him, Tyler Ryan, but you got to tip your cap to Michael Radisa, the former Mississippi River King, for giving him a beautiful pass out in front of the net.
And in the final minute, the Lions, Ryan with a nice hit there. 2-0 though, Fairbarn. And Sarah gets across to make the stop. And that is the end of the first half, 1-1. Fairbarn almost had a chance to put his team up in the dying seconds of the first half.
That's a big, big stop there for Kitchener to keep this game locked at ones. You talked about the puck possession. I think Milton's going to have to absolutely take advantage of that, but they're also going to have to take advantage of scoring opportunities there. I mean, you see the play here by Willer, just an easy little 5-hole snapshot, but here's the best play of this game so far for sure, the patience of Tyler Ryan.
Kitchener Lions were giving love to David Sarah over at the bench, letting him know how big a save that was in the dying seconds of the period to keep this one tied at 1. Milton did control the play for most of that first half, but at the tail end, you can see the Lions getting some counterattack chances.
Yeah, I think you gotta, if you're the Lions, you gotta be happy with that period for sure, especially with the way that game in Oshawa unfolded, really getting handled by the Bees. This is a much better positive effort for this Lions team.
So clock rolling here in the second half. 1-1 between the Milton Flyers and the Kitchener Lions. Fairbarn with it now. Fairbarn snaps one wide. All the way back to center is Willer. Willer over to Peretta. Broken up there. And the Lions come back the other way. Dobson just out of his reach. Crane. Nice little move on the half boards. Davenport clears it all the way back to center. We've seen it early on, Pat. We talked about it off the top. Goalies love to get into the play, act as sort of a distributor back there. Really adds an advantage in this 3-on-3 format. Davenport, easy pad save for him. Spivak to Willer. A few hits thrown in this one. Didn't see a ton of physical play in the first 2 games. A little bit more here in the 3rd game. Radisa intercepts that one. He's back the other way for the Kitchener Lions. Nice little move. Gets around the defender. Radisa still controls it. Circles. Plays it back down to Dickinson. Dickinson loses the puck in the corner, and Milton comes back the other way. Forfar dishes in. Tyler Ryan plays that ahead. Forfar back the other way for the Flyers. Forfar protects the puck, gets around, and almost might have been tripped up there. Took the goalie stick away from Sarah. Sarah without a stick in the net. Lions under siege here. Devine. Ooh. Nasty collision there at center. DiBenedetto. And now all 3 Kitchener Lions in the offensive zone. Tyler Ryan. Ryan.
Nice save.
And Devine's going to get a breakaway. Devine makes a nice little move and scores. Sarah almost able to get his paddle across, but Devine finishes off the beautiful move. 2-1 Flyers.
Carson Devine with the 3rd goal of the year. 7 points on the season. Showing us slick hands there.
Sarah almost got his paddle across to break
unbelievable.
that one up. That would have been a fantastic save, but Devine able to muscle it out. Peretta missed Willer on the break. Gets it back to him now. Willer tries to go upstairs. Peretta. Oh, nice little toe drag in front of Sarah, and there's a goal from Spivak. And that's what the Flyers can do, put up goals in a hurry. 3-1.
Yeah, and you know what? You got to feel bad for Sarah there, making 2 big stops. The 1 kick save, and then just the rebound goes right out to Peretta, and he finds Daniel Spivak, and Spivak's not going to miss on a chance like that.
So Milton puts up a couple goals to make it a 3-1 hockey game. 3.5, just under 3.5 minutes left here in game number 3 of the 3HL Collingwood Classic. Willer with Peretta. Willer, beautiful little move, and almost finishes it off, missing the top corner.
Willer trying to be just a little bit too cute to finish that off with the little flick in the back of the net there.
Fairbairn breaks that one up. Fairbairn crashing to the net, almost bats it out of midair. Radisa plays it over to Tyler Ryan, who has the only goal for the Lions. He fights through it, and it's going to be a penalty. Ref calling an slash or interference.
A little bit of a hybrid call.
Yeah. Bit of a mixed call, but Tyler Ryan's going to get a chance.
2-7's taking this chance.
Yeah. One of the most dangerous guys in the league on the breakaway. He already has a few penalty shot goals already, so very familiar in this situation. His team definitely needs one. And Tyler Ryan's off. Ryan scores. Tyler Ryan upstairs. And the Lions forward continues his dominance.
Unbelievable. Just absolute dominance when Tyler Ryan grabs the puck in scoring position. That's his 2nd goal on a penalty shot. I mean, he's probably got one of the best shots in this entire league, and he's now leading the entire 3HL in goals.
Definitely a guy who makes no mistake when he gets a chance. So it's 3-2 here, under 2 minutes to go. Devine. Nice little move. Ryan gets a stick on it, though.
Ryan, 9 goals, 1 assist for 10 points. What an unbelievable run he's been on these last few games.
Fairbairn. Di Benedetto with it on the half boards. See if the Flyers do what the Bees did in that last game and try to kind of just kill clock. Devine almost had a breakaway in the slot. Dobson roughing up Devine in the corner. Devine keeps the puck. Finds Fairbairn all alone. Fairbairn waits.
Oh.
Nice save there by Sarah to keep his team in it. Oh, and Dobson takes down Fairbairn. And that's going to be a hold. And Milton's going to get a penalty shot to maybe put this one out of reach with 50 seconds left.
Yeah, just a frustration play there by Dobson. I mean, 52 seconds left in the 3HL. That's more than enough time to score. Willer forgets.
Willer forgets about the penalty shot. And the Lions break that one up. Radisa right on him.
Wow.
That's a huge play. See, but Paretta's going to get what is... Thought there was going to be a hooking call there, but Lions get away with it. They need a goal badly. 30 seconds left. Radisa. Davenport. 30 seconds left. And here we go. Lions pull the goalie, trying to get one goal to send this one to overtime. And if Tyler Ryan fires one all the way down the ice to Waller, to Radisa. Radisa trying to find Waller back in front. 10 seconds left now. Radisa bats it out of midair. And Willer just going to hold on for it as the Milton Flyers get back to their New Year's Day form, grabbing a W. And they're off to the second round for the second time.
I think it's safe to say the Milton Flyers are back. That was a very dominant performance by the New Year's Day Classic champions, but you've got to give credit to this Lions team. They made some major adjustments in their roster, major adjustments in strategy, and of course, how could we forget David Serra, the pride of Fergus, Ontario, making some huge saves, keeping this game to a 3-1 final.
So another big win from the Milton Flyers. Tyler Ryan put it on a show for the Lions like we expected. Not enough, though, to get by a team, one of the teams that already has a 3HL tournament win. And they are off to the second round. And they'll play the winner of our next game, the Newmarket Saints and the Oshawa 88s.
Which I think we talked about how the London Guelph game was going to be the premier game of round one. I think this Saints 88s game is the next one. You have Newmarket, who's probably the most entertaining team to watch, against Oshawa 88s, who are technically not the home team, but they have so much Collingwood influence on that roster, they might as well be wearing Collingwood Blues jerseys.
Yeah, no, definitely a lot of Collingwood, a big Collingwood contingent on the 88s, and we'll see what happens in the next game. We'll send it now down to Carrie Ohm, who's with one of the Milton Flyers.
Guys, with Jordan Forf here. Big win for you guys on to the second round. What do you like from your team?
I like the way we handled the puck. We came out with a possession game, and I thought we executed well on that. And our defensive zone was pretty good, and our goalie played awesome.
Do you think your team needs to make any adjustments going into the second round?
I think maybe utilize the stretch a little more. It really opens up on the ice, and then you can get quick breaks off the rush. So I mean, yeah, we'll probably look and talk a little bit about that.
Okay, cool. Thank you, Jordan. Good luck in the second game.
What's in a dime? You might say just 10 cents. But for over 60 years, March of Dimes has turned this into a force for transformation, changing the lives of thousands of Canadians with disabilities. Today, March of Dimes Canada is a national organization helping countless children and adults live full, independent lives. But to make it happen, we need these more than ever before. The miracle of transformation is in your hands. What's in a dime?
Hi, I'm Matt Nickel from BioSteel Sports Nutrition. Here to talk to you a little bit today about nutrition and proper training for hockey players in the off season. So everybody knows that it's important for hockey players trained to be fast, to be explosive, to have great endurance, to have great strength. It's also extremely important that they stay on top of their nutrition and have proper nutritional habits. Our BioSteel HPSM is the healthiest, safest, and most effective sports drink on the market. It's a great way for professional athletes and regular Joes alike to stay healthy, to stay hydrated while they're training, while they're competing through a long, hard workday. It maintains energy levels in a healthy and effective way, maintains focus and attention during a stressful period of time, whether that's during practice or at work, and also make sure that we stay healthy as we're training.
Mackey over to Kennedy. Kennedy turns it over though, 2-on-1, Reed and Place. Jordan Reed waits and gets it over, and what a stop from Dupuis. Here's Jarman with it. We've seen him have a shot. Buys, no look, fires it. McDonald up to the task. Todd Hosmer all the way for DeLeon. And he sneaks it 5-hole.
If this was soccer, they'd be calling that one cheeky.
Yeah, that was cheeky.
That was the definition of cheeky.
So now the Brewers, Spivak walks in. Spivak scores on Dupuis. Bees controlling it now. Back to Rob Quitt. Quitt, a Memorial Cup champ in 2009. And what a play there from Anthony Burgeon. Finishes off the pretty goal to tie this one at once. Still plenty of time for this Saints team. Johnston makes a nice little move. He's got some ice. And what a save from David Blair. He has been fantastic here in this finals. Peckham over to Mackey. Mackey to McLean. Brett McLean keeps the puck there. Nice play. And Brett McLean, what a goal from the Brewers captain. He's used to scoring in this building and does it once more.
Fan club is loving it over there. So as soon as you come out to challenge too far, they're just going to slide it behind you.
Adam Place all alone and makes a beautiful move. Fancy goal there from Adam Place, the old Peter Forsberg. London trying to even this up before the horn. McCormick tries to bat it out of midair, and he does. Spencer McCormick with a fantastic finish to tie this one up. 88's with it down low. Rothen, what a stop there from Daryl Rothen.
Oh my Lord.
Chris McKinnon back with it. McKinnon controls it. Chris McKinnon, nice little move.
Oh,
what a goal from Chris
Lord.
McKinnon. Wow. What a play by the Saints captain.
You know, I don't care how many hockey schools you go to, you cannot teach that.
Welcome back to Eddie Bush Memorial Arena in Collingwood, Ontario. Pat Gregoire, Dalton Finkbeiner with Pat Gregoire, Carrie Ohm in between the benches for the 3HL's Collingwood Classic. We are almost done the first round. One more game on the clock, but we have seen some action from the first three games. Let's take a look at some highlights from the first three games of action so far. Game number one, Guelph Brewers and London Threes.
Brett Mackey here in overtime. The penalty shot sends the water bottle all the way back to his house in Whitby. Beautiful goal there. You know, we talked about the Guelph Brewers. Somehow, you know, they find ways to win. They don't play ever really a full 14 minutes of play. But when they need to score the most, they find ways to win. And that was a perfect example today. You could tell it was the feeling out process, like we've mentioned so many times. They had a lot of new guys in the lineup, but it's the guys that, you know, have played the 3HL 3-on-3 format that really, you know, jumped out at me. You know, Chris Chappell, the former captain of the Saginaw Spirit, Theo Peckham, you know, we talked about his experience with the Edmonton Oilers, and then Brett Mackey there scoring the winner, former OHL player as well. So it's the guys that, you know, have played the 3-on-3 format that.
And here's game number two. Toronto Bees and the Market Millionaires. Jordan Reed picking up where he's left off. Beautiful goal there on the breakaway. And the Bees were, you know, the score might have not reflected it, but they were pretty dominant.
Yeah, they were buzzing all
No
day
pun
long.
intended.
No pun intended. Yeah, but I think Rob quit. You know, he was huge for me, but we're going to jump to the next game there. The Milton Flyers, you talk about a bounce-back game. I think they couldn't have played a better game. Their possession was off the charts. And you know what? From the three teams that we've seen so far, Guelph, obviously, like I said, they kind of battled their way to that victory. But Milton and Toronto have looked very, very impressive in these first 2 of 3 games.
And here we are, game number 4, the last game of the first round. We have the Oshawa 88s and the Newmarket Saints. Let's take a look now at the Saints roster. Chris McKinnon, the captain, Nick Hovanesian, Sean Jones, Adam Davies, Matt Lyle, Stephen Johnston, PJ Buys, Brendan Wise, the big man, Kevin Jarman, and former Hobie Baker finalist Jimmy Sargent in between the pipes. Came in second place in Oshawa, record of 2-2. They have 4K to their names. Flipping over to the opponents, the Oshawa 88s, captained by Collingwood's own Mitch Scott, Chase DeLoyne, Andrew Boyle, Cody Collins, Dylan Smokowitz, Jamie Wise, Todd Hosmer, Stephen Scholig, Brandon Govea, and Rob Alsop in net. They are 1-2, and they have won $2,000 so far this season. Pat, we talked about the Newmarket Saints, one of the more dangerous teams. They didn't put up a great performance on New Year's Day, bounced back with a big-time performance in Oshawa. I think you and I agree we're going to see more of the Oshawa Saints this time around.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think we're going to see this high-flying offense that, you know, it's run and gun. They don't play the best committed defensive game, to say the least. But when you're scoring at will and you have a goaltender in Jimmy Sargent, a D1 standout, I mean, you know, you can take those chances because he's such a solid rock back there.
And then we have the 88s. they've been one of the teams steadily improving. You know, they had a tough one in their first. They lost to the Kitchener Lions on New Year's Day. Came back with a big-time performance in their hometown tournament. So we'll see what version of the 88 shows up here in Collingwood. Chris McKinnon going to start. And if you haven't seen this guy play, you're in for a treat. One of the most exciting players in this league. Dangerous from anywhere. And he's a guy like Jordan Reed on the Toronto Bees who likes to use the slap shot. When given that space, he's not afraid to let it rip.
Yeah, you know what? He can beat you in so many ways. Like I said, he draws so much attention because he's got that great shot. He just opens up space for other shooters on his team.
And here we go. Sean Jones controls it early for the Newmarket Saints. Fresh flood, so these teams get a little bit of a benefit here playing in the last game with some fresh ice. Back to Mitch Scott from Collingwood, Ontario. Very excited to play here in this barn where he's played many games before. He'll be fired up and ready to go.
Talk about Mitch Scott. You know, you could call him the mayor of Collingwood, so popular around these areas. And his grandfather, Jim, actually is in the Hall of Fame here at Eddie Bush Memorial Arena.
Sean Jones cuts in front there, almost scores a highlight reel goal. And there's Collingwood's own Mitch Scott to Scholeg, who chips it down to Chase DeLeon, sorry. Buys with it to Hovhanessian. Here's Kevin Jarman. Jarman, he's hooked. No call there. Wide open cage, but what a stick. And here we go. Breakaway for the 88s. And Jimmy Sargent's beat on the 5-hole. Dylan Smokowitz with the goal.
Smoskowitz with a beauty there. The former Mississauga Steelhead showing his slick mitts. 141 points in 255 games. So a pretty impressive junior career from there. And he's showing why he puts up so many points in his junior career there.
Smoskowitz opens the scoring for the 88s, and they're on the board 1-0. Saints control. Alsop with a save there.
You know, I think that's the start that the 88s want. You've got a lot of guys in this lineup with family and friends. You want to get the crowd going in your favor here. Coming out with a big goal there is big for this 88s team. I keep wanting to call them the shipbuilders or the 88s because they have so many Collingwood guys on this team.
And here we go, Chris McKinnon. McKinnon whacks at it. Davies sends it in front. McKinnon can't get a stick on it. Sean Jones bounces over the stick of McKinnon. He had a wide open cage.
Number 61 there wearing Christian Leah's jersey. It's actually Bill Terpstra. He was a late addition. Todd Hosmer unfortunately was unable to get to Collingwood due to work commitments, last minute things. So Terpstra was activated on the active roster.
Sean Jones, he's had a lot of chances early on and just puts that one wide. He's a guy who's been buzzing early on for the Saints. PJ buys back to Jarman. He can shoot it. Fires one. And Boyle gets in front of that. Scholeg. Nice feed to Boyle. And the Saints control it. Buys. Fires to Jarman. Jarman just fires it wide of the post. A lot of early chances here for both teams. A much more wide open game than the first three. Saints back with it. Nice stick there from Cody Collins. Collins, one of those boys who did play for Collingwood in his junior A career. Turnover there, Saints with it. 88's playing real tight early on. '88's control it. Chris McKinnon calling for it. Brendan Wise just misses McKinnon. And here we go, 88's in it again. Oh, just off the crossbar. Sargent was beat up over the glove. And here's Sean Jones, and he scores. Sean Jones, one of the guys, he's had about 4 or 5 chances for this Saints team in the first half. Finally makes good on one. It's a 1-1 game.
Former Mississippi River Kings. I feel like I've said that so many times. A lot of players from the SPHL. Jones making no mistake, bearing it there. I agree. He's been buzzing all over the ice today.
Just under 2 minutes to go here in the first half. Final game of the first round, 1-1 here between the Newmarket Saints and the Oshawa 88s. All of these games have been quite close. This one's a little bit more run and gun, Pat, some of the styles we're used to in those later games.
And I think that's from the Newmarket Saints. They kind of have set the tempo, being that up and down team that we've seen so far, and it has been successful. And I think Oshawa, maybe the first 2 tournaments, they might not have been able to play, but you know, with the additions they have, they've been able to become more of a skilled team rather than a grinded out possession type of team.
Face off here in the Saints end. Scholig, nice work around the boards to control it for the 88s. Cody Collins back with it. Boyle at the neutral zone. Boyle tripped up, no call. '88's playing a bit of keep away here from the Saints. Saints get it back though. Matt Lyle, bouncing puck. Alsop with the save there. So first half is coming to a close. 1-1 score heading into halftime. Saw it tighten up a bit towards the end, but Pat, that was more of the run and gun style we're used to in the 3HL.
Yeah, it certainly was. You know, like you said, more teams taking a little bit more of chances, but I think that's the MO of this Chris McKinnon-led team of the Newmarket Saints, and a big part of it is because they have so much trust in Jimmy Sargent. They're able to take more risks, and we haven't really talked about one guy, PJ Buys, you know, former Trinity Western CIS grad out of Newmarket, Ontario. He has quietly put together a strong 3HL season so far, netting 9 points, being tied in the lead going into this tournament. So we'll see some of this back and forth action you talked about. Almost a goal there off the iron of Smokowitz, sorry.
It's Moskowitz.
Moskowitz, there you go. Nice back and forth. That's the one thing with this league, with the 3HL, is, you know, you're in one end, you miss a chance, you hit a post or miss the net, the play's going the other way. So you have to be so selective with your shots.
Definitely can change very quickly. Puck ready to drop here on the second half, final game of the first round, and quick 2-on-1. Almost a quick 2-on-1 for the Oshawa 88s. And there's a goal there. Chase DeLeon fires it over Jimmy Sargent. And it's a 2-1 game.
Not the greatest turnover there. Looks like Sargent might be favoring a hamstring there or something. That would be absolutely detrimental to this Saints team, as he is the heart and soul of the Saints.
There's Sean Jones again, almost getting another goal. You mentioned Sargent. Hopefully one of these boys can put on the pads if he is hurt.
My vote's PJ Buys or Jarman, because they are big boys. They'll fill up a decent amount of the net.
Jarman now with it, crashes to the net, and it's a big collision there. massive collision. DeLea on the goal score. Nice little move. It almost makes it around the two defender, and Sargent again down.
Yeah, this is not good. This is absolutely not good. You never want to see anyone go down with an injury, but when it's, a star goalie in Jimmy Sargent, this is definitely not what you want to see if you're a Newmarket Saints fan.
Sargent, Hobie Baker finalist, one of the best goalies in this league, having trouble with what looks like some sort of leg injury. And we noticed it on the goal here, seems to be wincing, having some trouble stretching it out.
Yeah, he went down immediately after that goal. I thought he was mad at himself, which I was wondering why you'd be, why you'd be upset with that beautiful shot by DeLeon. But our trusty director, Matt Carrick, said no. He said, guys, look, he's down. And he definitely in a lot of pain. It looks like it's his right leg. Definitely not good. Both medics looking at him. And they're calling for a stretcher here, it appears. Or at least to open up the door. He's definitely not going to be able to finish this game.
So we'll see what happens here. Jimmy Sargent is going to be escorted off the ice. That's a crushing blow for the Newmarket Saints.
Now, in previous tournaments, there have been emergency goalies. I don't know if there is an emergency goalie at hand. I am wondering if one of the losing teams is going to be able to be released for the game and hop in net for this team, or if they're going to have to play a full game without a goalie, which I'm not going to sugarcoat it. That would suck.
That would be a tough. That'd be tough to overcome.
Yeah,
no goalie in 3-on-3 hockey.
Yeah.
So the Saints are conferring with the refs here. Small delay as we figure this one out. Saints also down in this game, so not only are they down a goalie, but they're down on the scoreboard. Sure, there's some discussion.
Yeah,
and as you mentioned, Pat, it will most likely have to be one of the teams that are already out, because if you're the Guelph Brewers, don't know if you want Dupuis going in there.
Absolutely not.
For a game when you have one right after. So still trying to figure this one out. Sargent with a right leg injury, the former Hobie Baker finalist, out of the game for the Newmarket Saints. One of the best goalies, if not the best goalie in the league. Not only a loss for the Saints, but a loss for the 3HL. Hopefully, it's a quick recovery. Chris McKinnon speaking to Justin Fox, trying to figure out the solution here.
So Dalton, while we have a little break here, we talked about how this Oshawa 88s team could basically, be called the Collingwood Blues with the amount of guys they have. You start with the cage there. Rob Alsop has been playing phenomenal, mind you. He's from Collingwood, played for the Blues as well. And I was talking to Mitch earlier today at one of our promotional events in Wasaga Beach, and he actually said that he thinks Rob Alsop is probably the best goalie to ever come out of Collingwood, Ontario. So that's saying a lot, considering we know how much history is in this city with hockey. And then obviously Mitch Scott, the captain of this team, played his junior career all through with the Collingwood Blues, from Collingwood, a big part in this community. Andrew Boyle, another Collingwood Blue grad as well, from Collingwood. Cody Collins from Keswick, Ontario, but he played in Collingwood, was a captain for a year as well. And as we mentioned Mitch Scott's name, he's such a great ambassador, not for just the city of Collingwood, but for the 3HL as well. He's done so much great work away from the rink, getting this event together. And you see here at the Eddie Bush Memorial Arena, such a successful event. You look to the left of us in the Collingwood Hall of Fame at the side launch lounge. A lot of people enjoying that beverage from right here in Collingwood, Ontario. A great, fine product. And Dalton, I must say, I am getting quite thirsty. I think after this tournament, we might have to reward ourselves with a few side launch brews.
Every time a penalty shot happens, they remind us. It's sponsored by Side Launch. So definitely a ton of Collingwood contingent here, especially in this very game.
Yeah. No.
So on the ice right now, Jimmy Sargent, the Newmarket Saints goalie, out with a leg injury. It appears that they may get a replacement goalie from one of the teams that has already been eliminated. So we'll see if someone comes out here to play relief for the Newmarket Saints. 2-1 right now for the 88s. And Pat, now that there's going to be a bit of a delay, what kind of effect do you think this will have on both squads?
I think it's huge. If you're the Oshawa 88s here, you're probably just begging to get this game going. You had the momentum fully on your side. Chase DeLeon, the Ajax Axeman and former North York Ranger, burying an absolute beauty, as you see right here. Rips it top shelf past Jimmy Sargent, and for some reason it didn't look like he tweaked anything. It wasn't any awkward movements, but as you see him go down, definitely in a major amount of pain. So if you're the 88s, you definitely want this to get going soon so you can keep that momentum going. The guys doing a great job earlier, skating around, keeping the blood flowing, but now they've kind of stopped, stretched it out. I think that's the only thing you can really do at this point. Newmarket, what's going through your mind is saying, how long is Jimmy Sargent going to be out for?
Yeah, you see some of the Saints players stretching, trying to keep loose during this delay. We all have been in the dressing room with goalies. They don't take – it's pretty it's a process. It's not like they can just whip on their gear. So it might take a couple minutes for a guy to get out, maybe get a couple warm-up shots. So we could be in for a little bit longer of a delay, but it appears that the Newmarket Saints are going to get some relief. Kind of feel like it's like a WWE match, and we don't know who's coming out next because we haven't got word of which goalie will be replacing Wigmore. Now we have reached, it's Rich Wigmore is going to go in the net for the Markham Saints. So the London Threes goalie, Rich Wigmore, that's a pretty big addition.
Yeah.
On the back end, Wigmore, a guy who's been to the finals in one of these already. So the Newmarket Saints going to get Rich Wigmore in the net. The London Threes goalie is going to come help with a bit of a relief appearance here.
Yeah, this is a tough spot for him.
Yeah.
Get probably completely geared off. I hope he wasn't in the side launch lounge having a few frosty ones there.
And let's take a look now at Rich Wigmore, the guy who will be coming in. Lost in overtime on a breakaway from Mackey, and there's a couple fantastic saves there.
Paddle save there.
Great paddle save by Rich Wigmore. So he's a guy, he's been on your top 10 highlight list, Pat, multiple times. Great glove. So he's going to be a, unfortunately for the Saints, Jimmy Sargent, their guy is hurt, but nice big relief from Rich Wigmore. So it's going to be interesting to see London goalie coming in a bit cold. So just a few more minutes, we feel, for Rich Wigmore to get his gear on and get out here and come in and try to be the closer, try to be Mariano Rivera of the 3HL and close this one out. We can fire it over to the Twitter question of the broadcast. We'll get that one up in just a moment. Delay here, an injury delay in the last game of the the first round of the 3HL Collingwood Classic. So here we go to the Twitter question. Which community would you like to see host a 3HL Tour event? Tweet us at 3HL Tour and tell us why your city or town should host a 3HL Tour event.
I still think that Peterborough would be, an outstanding spot. Maybe even down in the St. Catharines area, maybe a little bit
Ian
of a
would like that.
yeah,
Our colleague Ian Duffy, here, former Brock Badger, honorary mayor of St. Catharines, would love if the 3HL made its way down to St. Kitts. But definitely a ton of great towns in this province and in this country that would love the 3HL Tour. Speaking of one of those, the Guelph mayor was kind enough to lend us some time and talk about the benefits the 3HL Tour can have to a community.
Having the 3HL land in Guelph aligns perfectly with what we're good at and what we want to attract: festivals and sports tourism. It also helps with really making the culture in our downtown entertainment choice. Grab something to eat before the game, come and take in the game, take in some entertainment. I would say that it's great for our local charities too, and partnering with Community of Hearts, which is close to my heart, close to the community, is just fantastic. So it's really giving back to Guelph. So I'm really excited for the 3HL to be coming here.
No.
Rich Wigmore now in the net for the Newmarket Saints, Wigmore donning Jimmy Sargent's jersey. But it is Rich Wigmore, the London Threes goalie, getting a stretch in here, trying to lead the Newmarket Saints back in this one. We've had about a 5-minute delay. If you missed it, Jimmy Sargent, the Newmarket Saints goalie, went down with a leg injury. He was forced to leave the game. Fortunately, Rich Wigmore of the London Threes, his team, out in the first round, but he stuck around and able to play, finish this one off. So we're going to get back to the action. As you mentioned, Pat, hopefully Rich wasn't too, wasn't in the sidelines lounge. But we'll see. And almost tested right away. Puck in. 5 minutes to go here in the second half. 2-1 for the Oshawa 88s. Jarman to Hovanessen.
I got to ask, though, so let's say Newmarket comes back here and wins. Who gets the money, Jimmy Sargent, or is it Rich Wigmore?
That's for the higher-ups to figure out.
You heard that one, Justin.
2-on-1 here for the 88s, and Wigmore tested early, and he makes it a fantastic save. Jones. The Newmarket Saints coming in. Fired wide there by Sean Jones. Jones with it, whips it, misses the post.
Numbers were mixed up a little bit there, folks. So it's actually Matt Lyle who's been buzzing all over the ice, but Sean Jones has been doing the same thing.
Here's McKinnon. McKinnon, what a move and what a stop by Alsop. Chris McKinnon unable to get that one in the air.
The hometown boys have definitely come out to play here at the Eddie Bush Memorial Arena.
4 minutes to go here in the second half of the final first round game. No call there. That's Matt Lyle, as we mentioned, a little bit of a mix-up, but Matt Lyle, the goal scorer for the Saints. Wigmore gets a nice poke check in there.
Lyle, another player we talked about, Bonello, playing in France. Lyle also played a season over in France.
And here's Lyle. McKinnon. And here we go, Lyle trying to get over to McKinnon, and it's goal! Chris McKinnon bats that one out of midair, and Rich Wigmore leading the guys back 2-2 now.
This has definitely just got interesting for sure. Chris McKinnon, definitely not the most beautiful goal we've seen him score, but nonetheless, they don't draw pictures on the score sheet. They all count the same.
So 2-2 game here, 3 minutes to go. Rich Wigmore in net for the Newmarket Saints. Jimmy Sargent forced to leave with a leg injury. Battle in the corner. 88's control. Wigmore steers that one away. Vise sends it all the way down to the corner. Scholig, nice stop there by Brendan Wise with the stick. Nice pick off there by Govea. Govea in. Nice little stick fake and almost slides it by. Wigmore misses the far post and Jarman the other way. Jarman sauces it over. Jarman almost able to finish that one off. Boyle with it now for the 88s. 2 minutes to go. And Rich Wigmore.
Oh no.
Rich Wigmore takes a, and he looked like he was going to be down, but now back the other way. And a hard crash. Goalies beware.
I'm pretty sure Wigmore is seriously hurt.
Both goalies slow.
Someone burned that jersey. I think it's cursed.
To get up, and Rich Wigmore shaken up, and Alsop shaken up. Wigmore puts his stick up though. He says he's good to go. And Chris McKinnon almost hits one off the top of Alsop's head.
Someone's got to have to bubble wrap these goalies.
And another hard, and Wigmore, after getting shaken up, nice pad save. So seems to be okay. Bodies flying everywhere. And now Chris McKinnon. And he scores! Chris McKinnon, the captain, bringing his team all the way back. They now have the lead. What a wild sequence of events.
Unbelievable. That's that chemistry we were talking about. Johnston to McKinnon. Probably happened a bunch of times down on the East Coast with St. Mary's. Said that McKinnon scored not the prettiest goals. That one was pretty. Pretty.
The 88s, now they need to, no call there. So since Rich Wigmore's come in, the Newmarket Saints have come alive. Jarman blows the tire there, spinning out of control. And Wigmore with the pad save. Final minute of play here in the final round 1 game. They pulled their goalie. So the 88s trying to get back into this one. Matt Lyle can skate this one in. What a play. And it's a goal. He's calling it a goal. A hooking call on an empty net. Chase de Leon. So the Newmarket Saints, 30 seconds away from what can only be described as a wild game. Their star goalie goes down. When they're down by 1, they come all the way back and are now leading 4-2 with just 30 seconds left.
I mean,
and that should do it.
You have to be.
Ovanesian, and what a game. Very weird. Goalies we had one goalie injury. Rich Wigmore looked to be down again. Could have had 2 goalies injured. But what a great comeback here from the Newmarket Saints. They lose Jimmy Sargent, and it does not matter. Able to finish it off. Could get another one here.
Gotta feel pretty bad for Rob Alsop, the hometown boy. Yeah. He stood on his head all night long, and just a couple of bad bounces here. And we talked about how that delay was definitely going to play a factor.
And you mentioned it, Pat. You were saying if you were the 88s, you really wanted to, get the game over with. You had the momentum 2-1, and you don't want to say blessing in disguise, but maybe the break gave the Newmarket Saints a chance to readjust. So the Saints are off to the second round for the second straight tournament. They beat the Oshawa 88s, who are still looking for their first finals appearance. And here we are with the graphics. Our semifinals are set. Next up, we got the Toronto Beast, Guelph Brewers, Milton Flyers, and the Newmarket Saints. Those 4 teams are the 4 teams that have been in the finals for the first, except for the Brewers, sorry. 3 of the 4 teams have been in the finals.
But the Brewers have been to the semifinals 3 tournaments in a row now. So you talked about, well, I mean, a little bit off air, we were talking about how a good chunk of the league have kind of established themselves as the top echelon of the league. And the Brewers, the Bees, Milton, and now Newmarket punching their ticket into that category. But, I mean, it almost seemed like it was pretty expected.
Yeah, so we have, the Newmarket Saints able to finish that comeback off. Fantastic win for the Newmarket Saints. And they are off to the semifinals for the 2nd straight tournament. And we'll send it down now to Carrie Home.
Hey guys, I'm with Jones here. What a sequence of events in that game. Can you talk a little bit about the momentum shift after the goalie change?
Yeah, I think, when you lose your goalie, you got a goalie you don't know anything about, you kind of got to elevate your game a little bit there, and we were lucky that he came in and he stopped the door for us. So.
Well, moving on to the 2nd round with a new goalie, is there any adjustments or anything you guys have to make?
I think tighten up defense. I mean, we don't know anything about him really. I think we just got to go out and stick to our game, shoot the puck. But obviously, remember that we don't know who the goalie is, so play a little bit extra attention to defense and go from there.
Well, hopefully your goalie's okay, and good luck in the 2nd round.
Thank you.
The Newmarket Saints have advanced. Now we're set for semifinal number 1. The Toronto Bees and the Guelph Brewers. These teams met in the semifinals of the Oshawa Showcase.
And boy, oh boy, you want to talk about a classic game. I know the 3HL is only 3 tournaments old, but that will go down in the record books as one of the best games
Brandon
ever.
Turner, the OT winner. Let's take a look now at that Guelph Brewers roster. Brock McPherson, Brett McDermott, Greg Shirelli, Chris Chappell, Tyler Sauthers, Theo Peckham, Shea Cohen, Anthony Tapper, Brett Mackey, and Alex Dupuis in net. Flipping over to the Toronto Bees, who have won 4 straight games. Brandon Turner, Kelly Jackson, Eric Wiseman, Adam Place, Memorial Cup champ Rob Quitt, Shane Elliott, Mike Johnson, the former Toronto Maple Leaf, Anthony Bergen, Jordan Reed, and the goalie David Blair. So we're set a rematch of the semifinal in Oshawa here in Collingwood. The Toronto Bees won 4 straight games. Guelph Brewers looking to get past the 2nd round for the first time. They have been in the 2nd round. The first 3 tournaments haven't been able to get over the hump. We'll see if they can do it here against a Bees team that is rolling.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about the 4 straight wins for this Bees team. It looks like they're going to their top line that has been so good for this team in the last 4 games. Eric Wiseman, big game Tony, Anthony Bergen, and Rob Quitt, the former AHL and SPHL stud on defense. He's been so good for them, not just last game, but I think, since the beginning of the season.
Rob Quitt, one of the goal scorers for the Bees in the first round. He controls it. And away go the Guelph Brewers. A rematch of the semifinal, as we mentioned, in Oshawa. Game went to overtime. Captain Brandon Turner poked one in to send his team off to the final. Eric Wiseman. Rob Quitt. Quitt just wires one. Dupuis. Dupuis very sharp for the Brewers in the first round. He was one of the big reasons they were able to move on. And a shot there. Guelph player goes flying, and now it's a 2-on-1 for the Bees. Place and Reed. Place unable to get it over to Jordan Reed. Reed gets it in the corner. Has Theo Peckham bearing down on him. Peckham throws Reed into the boards.
That can't be fun.
We mentioned, Pat, not a ton of physical play, but the game last time these 2 teams met in Oshawa was very physical. See if Theo Peckham and Brandon Turner can jack up the physicality in this one.
They definitely have the capability to. I mean, Brandon Turner's definitely not the size of Theo Peckham, but I mean, he plays like he's a 6'5", 225 defender.
Kelly Jackson in for the Bees. Jackson, nice little move, gets it around and slides it past Dupuis. What a move by Kelly Jackson, and the Bees are on the board early.
Hold on a second, I'm just taking a note here. Yeah, that one will be in my top 10 for next week. Wow, absolutely disgusting from the former Queen Golden Gale.
Brandon Turner back with it, now finds Elliott. Elliott partial break. And there on the ice, number 20, Mike Johnson, the former Toronto Maple Leafs. Johnson, very comfortable, nice little move in there. Almost dances around everyone.
So calm with the puck, I mean, just looking effortless out there.
And what a shot! Oh my gosh! David Blair had no idea where that one was.
0 chance of David Blair stopping that one. An absolute bullet from Greg Sorelli. I think we're in for a very entertaining semifinals, number 1.
It's a 1-1 game. Sorelli with the goal there. So 1-1 here, just over 3.5 minutes to go here in the first half of this one. David Blair gets a glove on that. Chappell, and what a save by Blair. Chappell had an open net, unable to slide it by the Bees goalie.
David Blair and Chris Chappell actually grew up playing hockey together for the Ajax Pickering Raiders. Chappell got the better of Blair last game. Blair definitely getting the better of Chappell with that big save.
So back and forth here we go with these two teams. And David Blair gets his pad out again. Rob Quitt in the corner. Gets it to Eric Wiseman. Wiseman with Jordan Reed. Reed over, can't get it past the skate of Theo Peckham. McDermott with it. And Jordan Reed. Reed fakes the shot, trying to get around Theo Peckham. Unable to control the puck. Reed battles for it though and gets it to Wiseman. And the Bees control it. Play circles back. Big hit late there. Turner trying to get it over to Jackson.
Yeah, the physicality in this game definitely stepping up. We talked about how heated the last game, semifinals in Oshawa was, and it looks like it's picked up where it's left off.
Kelly Jackson scored a highlight reel goal for the Bees earlier in the period. See if he can do it again. Can't get by Sorelli, who has the goal with an absolute bomb. Kewen almost gets a stick on that. Mike Johnson almost sprung, but Chappell there. Kewen fires it.
Nice save by Blair.
Minute and a half to go here in the first frame. 1-1 between the Guelph Brewers and the Toronto Bees. Semi-final number 1. Elliott can't get a stick on that, and Chappell's gonna go the other way. Chappell blows by Johnson and scores! Gets it past the glove of David Blair, and the Brewers are up 2-1 in the last minute here in the first half.
Just too easy for Chris Chappell. So fast, so big, using his size to just beat all 3 players on the Toronto roster on the ice to get that goal, including David Blair, so technically 4.
Seconds left here. Bees kind of controlled the first half. Brewers have definitely picked it up. Bergen with Johnson, 2-on-1. Bergen over to Johnson. Johnson can't beat Dupuis, who gets across to make the save on the former Toronto Maple Leaf.
Yeah, the NHL veteran can't find the back of the net there. Bergen with a beautiful pass.
Guelph content to take this one into the second half. It looks like one last shot. So 2-1 after the 7 minutes of play. Pat, we mentioned what a back and forth game it was the last time these two teams met. More of the same here.
Yeah, certainly was. You know, very physical back and forth effort. A good defensive battle, to say the least, as well. Both goalies are playing great. I mean, 2-1 game heading into this second half. It's definitely set up to be another classic that we saw. Maybe not as intense, but no, nonetheless. I mean, look at this goal here. Unbelievable. Personally, my highlight of the night so far.
And then you're received by Sorelli, just absolutely steps into one. David Blair didn't see that.
No chance for Blair on that one.
And then here's the Chappell getting robbed by Blair. Dupuis and Blair, you know, Dupuis is establishing himself as one of the hottest goalies right now. He was fantastic in the first game. More of the same here. And Blair, big time in Oshawa. And, you know, the 2 goals he's been beaten by have been pretty good. So
yeah, no, you
both
can't,
goalies sharp.
You absolutely can't knock Blair for his effort in this game so far.
Brewers control it. They have lost in the second round the last 2 tournaments, looking to get over the hump and into their first final. Peckham watched by Reed. Peckham, nice little move. Former Edmonton Oiler bearing in. And here we go. Wiseman puck rolling, settles it down. Dupuis comes up with a massive save. Wiseman plays it back to place. Bounces over the stick of Rob Quick. Quick one hands it in. Wiseman, nice hit there. And the physicality definitely turned up.
Brewers looking for redemption here. I mean, that last game, very heated, instant classic. We can only say it so much, but you can definitely tell the Brewers want some redemption here.
Queuing over to Mackey. Mackey can't beat Blair on the far post. Turner able to get that one away. Jackson on the sideboards. Brandon Turner up to place. Back to the captain. And here they go. Brandon Turner walks into one. Nice pad stop there from Dupuis. Mackey scored the OT winner in the first game. Fantastic goal. Both teams change. Here just 2 minutes into the second half, Mike Johnson. He's had a few chances early on. And he gets it back, Mike Johnson. Johnson blows past the defender, tries to go hard to the net. Mike Johnson.
Like you said, a ton of chances for the NHL veteran. Not being able to find the back of the cage, though.
It looks okay, Elliott. And Chappell on the draw, won by the Toronto Bees. Rob Quitt over to Mike Johnson. Johnson, nice little drop passing, broken up. Brewers on a break. And it's a goal, so 3-1 now for the Guelph Brewers with 4.5 to play in the second half. So 3-1, Toronto Bees going to need a couple goals to get back in this one. Mike Johnson almost gets him back in it. Tip. And Johnson's going to get a hooking call on his former NHLer Theo Peckham. Two guys look to, and Theo Peckham asking if anyone can take it. So Brewers trying to go up 4-1. Nice Bergen. What a back check.
That's
and now
huge.
away Wiseman and Johnson. Johnson to Bergen. Fantastic play there from Anthony Bergen. 3 minutes to go here.
Bees desperately need one here.
Yeah.
Need a couple, but it'd be huge to get one.
Blair misplays it. No one in there. Mackey's got a wide open net for a second. Nice little toe drag. And Bergen again down to block a shot, and 2-on-1. Reed with, and there's the Reed slap shot. Puck was rolling on him a bit, unable to really get all of that. So 3-1 here. Jackson already with a goal, the goal scorer for the Bees in this one. The Brewers really ramping up the physicality, trying to close this one out for their first finals appearance. They have been to the second round twice, unable to get over that hump. Jackson plays it back. Brewers control it. Chappell. 2 minutes left. Reed calling for it. Jordan Reed. Nice little move. Puck bouncing, and Reed whacks at it, but Dupuis, who's been solid all afternoon, shuts the door for the Brewers. David Blair looking to try to get to the bench already. Bees going aggressive here with needing two. They're trying to get David Blair to the bench.
Yeah, look to see Blair come out of the cage if they get some possession right here.
Blair inching, and he's going. Bergen trying to get one back. Mike Johnson with a big hit on the boards. Wiseman to Bergen. Bergen tries to go upstairs, fires it into the crowd. And Blair going to go, no, Rob Quitt's telling him to stay back, but a little miscommunication, and Theo Peckham into the empty net, and that could do it. So the Brewers looking to end the streak of the Toronto Bees. Theo Peckham. David Blair trying to get back into the net, able to get a glove on that. Johnson. If the Bees are going to get back in, they need to score a lot
Just
very
missing the
quickly.
net. I mean, the fact that the Guelph Brewers are looking this impressive without two former NHL draft picks in Matt Kennedy and Brett McLean in the lineup, that just shows how much depth this Brewers team has.
You know, Pat, early on in the season, we talked about the strongest teams, and the Guelph Brewers were the first team that came to mind, and this is kind of what we expected with so much talent.
Yeah.
And as you mentioned, it's even more impressive they're doing it without two of their big guys. Mike Johnson, final seconds, nice feed to Reed, and Jordan Reed able to slide that one 5-hole, 4-2 now. 28 seconds left. Bees going to need two very quick goals in order to, 20 seconds left, sorry, so timeout. I think this is taken maybe by the Brewers. Brandon Turner asking what the score is. Scoreboard now
Saying
showing
4-2.
So 4-2.
20 seconds left. I mean, it's going to be tough, but
Reed and Peckham battling for the draw. 18 seconds left. Quitt's got to go quick. He's just going to try to fire one in. Theo Peckham trying for his second of the game. So it looks like the Guelph Brewers are moving on to their first ever 3HL Tour final. Stopped in the second round the first two times. Looks like they are finally going to get over that hump and make it to the big money game. Theo Beckham brings one off the crossbar in the dying seconds, and that should do it. Guelph Brewers off to the finals for the first time, finally getting over that hump in the second round. They get back at the Toronto Bees, the team that eliminated them last time.
Yeah, you know what? It's a little bit of redemption. I mean, this is the second time we've seen two teams that have already met and the other team pick up the win. We saw the Milton Flyers originally beat the Guelph Brewers in the first tournament. Then Guelph gets some redemption against them. So, I mean, that just shows you how close these teams really are with each other. You see them once, you get them again, you kind of start to know their tendencies. Guelph really knew that Toronto excelled from the possession game and playing physical. So what did they do? They tried to keep the puck away and make sure that the physicality of the Bees took them out of the play. So, I mean, you got to tip your cap to this Brewers team. The fact that they're able to do this, I've mentioned this a couple times now, without their leading scorer in Matt Kennedy, just shows you how much depth they have. And I don't think we've given enough praise, but the big reason you see the Guelph Brewers in the final is because of Dupuis, the netminder.
Yeah, he was fantastic. So the Brewers off to the finals for the first time. As you can see here, they will take on the winner of our next semifinal, the Milton Flyers and the Newmarket Saints. But the Brewers finally on to the big money game. They've been one of the most consistent teams and finally kind of delivering what we all thought that we do. And now down to Carrie Ohm, who's with Kevin Chow.
Thanks, guys. We're with Chris Chappell. 2 down, 1 to go. What did you like from your team in that one?
I just like how hard everybody's working. No matter who scores first, we stick with it, and we managed to get a couple of good wins in.
And this is your team's first final in the 3-on-3 league. So what would it mean to you if you guys took home the victory in this one?
Oh, it'd be huge. We're missing a couple key guys as well, so it's been great for some new guys to come in and step up and really help us out. So it'd be great to win this.
Great. Good luck in the finals.
Final number 2, the Newmarket Saints with a new goalie, Jimmy Sargent, injured in the first round. Now Rich Wigmore, the London Threes goalie, actually in between the pipes for them. And now we have the New Year's Day champions, the Milton Flyers, looking to get their second 3HL Tour win. Standing in their way, the Newmarket Saints, who were the finalists last week, so they are trying to get back to that big money game.
Yeah, this Milton team, I think what we saw from them at the New Year's Day Classic at the Mattamy Athletic Center, what we saw from them last game, if they commit to puck possession and, really limiting the guys like Chris McKinnon and Matt Lyle, scoring opportunities in prime zones, I think they might be able to come out with a win. But this run and gun style of the Saints is so deadly.
Here we go, final semifinal of the day. Winner takes on the Guelph Brewers, Milton Flyers, and Newmarket Saints. Rich Wigmore in between the pipes for the Saints. An injury to Jimmy Sargent, a right leg it looked like, forced him out of the tournament. Hopefully he will be good to go next time.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely going to need him because, the London Threes aren't getting rid of Rich Wigmore anytime soon because also he is the captain, so he makes the moves.
So Devine coming in, Wigmore able to poke that ahead. Davies with it now. Matt Lyle to Jarman, Kevin Jarman turning on the Jets. Willer getting into the big man and nailing him on the boards. Peretta tries to center it to Willer. Spivak to Peretta. Peretta controls it now for the Milton Flyers. Captain Tristan Fairbarn on the ice for the first time, but now the Saints come away with it. First test for Dave Davenport, and that shot fired wide. Saints control it. Davenport up to the task that time. Steers it away up into the netting.
Steven Johnson buzzing all over the ice early on in this one.
There he is again, Johnston. And fired just wide by Brendan Wise. Davenport bailed out there. And there's a penalty. Looks like they're calling a penalty, but or no penalty.
No penalty. Wow. Interesting.
Don't know what the whistle was for then.
They're
calling that a goal. What nice footwork from Sean Jones. Don't know if it was a kick so much as a redirection, but the refs.
It was I'm not a soccer guy, but that was a full-blown libero. I think that's what they call it.
The refs say it's a good goal, so the Newmarket Saints may get away with one there.
Daniel Spivak really laying into the official there.
And there's Matt Lyle. He was buzzing in the first game. Spivak with it. Forfar controls it. Forfar into the slot. Forfar gets it back. Fake shot. Tries to center it, can't get it away, and away goes Davies for the Saints. McKinnon behind him, trailing. McKinnon calling for it. Here's Chris McKinnon bearing down. Tries to slide it over to Matt Lyle. So 1-0 here for the Newmarket Saints. 3.5 to go in the first half of the second semifinal. The winner takes on the Guelph Brewers in the final. Nice hit there from Hovanesian, and Jarman away with it now. Buys with him. Jarman trying to get it over to Buys. It's in Buys to Hovanesian. And what a save there from Davenport. Sticks out the pad, and Devine goes the other way. Devine with it. Nice back check from Jarman to break that play up.
Unbelievable back and forth action we have here.
Devine, top of the slot, dropping it for captain Tristan Fairbarn. Fairbarn can't get it past PJ Bison. Jarman's away. And just out of his reach, otherwise he was on a breakaway. And there's the goal scorer for the Newmarket Saints, double two, Sean Jones with a deflection with his skate to get the Saints on the board. Willer with it into the slot for the Flyers. Willer on the sideboards. Johnston spin pass. A nice save there from Davenport. Peretta with Willer. Peretta over to Willer. Willer shoots off the post. Able to beat Rich Wigmore, but not the iron. Pat Peretta controls it still for the Flyers. Peretta curls at the blue line. Peretta walks in. Nice little move. Johnson tries to bank it all the way over to the other side of the ice. Doesn't work. Deep into the corner for Peretta. He's been on for a while. They need a change. There he goes.
Milton really likes using that play where there's nothing really happening and you need a change really bad. They just send it down all the way to the other end, and just turnover here. Turnover there, captain on captain. The two captains still battling. McKinnon tries to slide it, and there he gets it in, and off the post again. Matt Lyle. Said his name a lot this afternoon. Here's McKinnon. Last minute of play in the first half. Chris McKinnon tries to toe drag around Fairbarn. Can't complete the move. Far with it. Davies to Lyle. Down to Jarman. Jarman. A nice turnover there by the Saints. Under 30 seconds here in the first half. 1-0 Newmarket Saints.
Maybe one last chance here for the Flyers to get on the board. Spivak. 10 seconds left. Jarman, 3-on-1. Jarman keeps, wires one. Can't get it, buys with 1 second left. No shot, and that's how the first half will end. 1-0 for the Newmarket Saints. Back and forth seems every time the Newmarket Saints are playing. There's a lot of action. Goal a bit controversial. The Flyers certainly thought it was a kick. Some people, I think, in the arena thought it was a kick, but no, the refs let Sean Jones get away with a deflection off the skate for the only goal of the game.
Yeah, I mean, you hope this game doesn't come down to one goal in favor for Newmarket, or Milton is going to be very upset here. But that's the thing with Dave Davenport. You almost have to cheat to get a goal past him. He's so darn good.
So here's the look at the goal. Number 22, red. The offsetting penalties here was led to this. And here's the goal. Right here, deflection off the skate. I don't know if it's a kick so much as
it's a redirection.
It's a redirecting. The refs seem to think it was fine. So as you mentioned, hopefully it doesn't come down to that. But, you know, refs deemed it a good goal, so it must be a good goal.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes down to it, I mean, we've seen Newmarket with a couple of bad bounces in regards to their goalie, and maybe they get a little bit of karma going their way with that one.
Here we go, Sean Jones, the goal scorer, trying to get it past David Davenport. Di Benedetto with it now for the Flyers. Di Benedetto fires one. Rich Wigmore, and another skate goal as Carson Devine stops, and it goes in. So you mentioned, guess it didn't come down to that because now we're even. Each team's gotten a goal off the skate.
Yeah, I think if they call that one, and if they call that one down, there's a good chance Carson Devine burns this place to the ground.
Yeah. So definitely, each team seems fine. So back all square, both teams with iffy goals.
Yeah. We're back to square one.
Back to square one, so hopefully no more goals off the skate. Carson Devine gets the Flyers on the board, looking to make their second finals appearance. Saints looking to also make their second finals appearance. They were finalists in Oshawa. And here we go, McKinnon with a 2-on-1 with Adam Davies. Chris McKinnon wires one, tries to bust it through Davenport.
Davenport immediately shaking his head. That one he definitely felt.
Yeah. Willer across. Oof. Rich Wigmore has been solid for the Saints in this one. Lyle with it now. Lyle trying to one-hand it by Davenport. He gets it to Forfar.
Lyle has been such a huge pickup for this Saints team. Been electric all over the ice.
Kevin Jarman laying one in, bouncing puck. Wigmore trying to locate that. Ovanesian now sent on a break. Ref net comes off, but the ref delays the whistle. Davenport able to get a glove on it. And Ovanesian gets it back. And Buys has it now, and he scores! PJ Buys puts it in the back of the net, and it's 2-1 for the Saints.
The former BCIHL Rookie of the Year, PJ Buys, picking up his 7th goal of the season. We already talked about how he's put together quite the solid 3HL season so far.
Di Benedetto almost gets one, but can't beat Rich Wigmore. Sean Jones with it now. And another goal for the Saints. Brendan Wise finishes it off. And just like that, the Saints are up 2. We mentioned this offense so open, quick strike, and blink, and now you're down by 2.
Unbelievable play by Wise to, go down on one knee, corral the puck.
Wise again in all alone, and almost makes him. What a stop by Dave Davenport. Wise inches away from pulling off the highlight reel goal. Davenport answers with the highlight reel save. So 3.5 minutes to go. Benedetto 1-on-3. This is always an interesting time, Pat, when a team's down multiple goals. You see if they try to open up. Willer had a wide open net, just missed.
Had him beat
See
there.
if they can open up and try to get some offense. Then they run the risk of giving it up on the other end. Spivak looked to be clipped in the face maybe by McKinnon's stick when he tried to get past him. Looks to be okay. Here he is with the puck to Willer. Willer puts on the brakes. Tries to get over to Peretta, and what a goal from Peretta. It makes it a 1-goal game. Rich Wigmore didn't have much of a chance on that one.
No, zero chance at all. That's beautiful puck movement there. All three guys on the ice must have touched that puck at least once or twice. It all starts with Spivak with the beautiful outlet pass. And Willer putting himself a great tournament together here at the Eddie Bush Memorial Arena. A few points for him at least.
So the Saints control it, 1-goal lead here. Just over 2 minutes to go. Bice sends it in front. Jarman almost steers that one in the back of the net.
Talk about guys buzzing all over the ice. Jarman always, but today we've seen it once again.
Yep.
Former UMass Amherst graduate.
Definitely a guy who can, here looks like he's going to get a breakaway, and he is. Jarman, but Fairbairn's bearing down on him. And Fairbairn goes crashing into his goalie, Dave Davenport. Jarman almost thought he had more time, but Fairbairn came kind of in a blind spot and broke it up. So DiBenedetto with Devine. Devine gets it, almost tips it past Wigmore, but it's a 2-on-1 the other way. Wise and Johnston. Johnston off the crossbar, and it's a 2-on-1 the other way. DiBenedetto, nice fake shot, tries to tuck it in, and he scores! Bats it out of midair. Tying this one at 3.
And that is why Justin DiBenedetto was a former New York Islander and had a great professional hockey career because he has slick hands like that. You don't score back-to-back 92-point season in the OHL without great skill like that, Dalton.
Yeah, no, very skilled play. Able to get his team. Now it's 3-3 with 1:20 left. Big-time goal. Player used to playing in these big-time games. So Milton trying to come all the way back. Milton in their first game on the New Year's Day Classic when they actually ended up winning the tournament, were down in their first game 4-2 to the Millionaires and able to come back. And the Milton bench not happy about that one. The Saints are going to get a penalty shot with under a minute to go. So Chris McKinnon's going to take it, not a guy you want to see on a breakaway.
They have so much skill, though, that anyone can take this.
So here we go, Chris McKinnon trying to break the tie, and he scores! Chris McKinnon! No mistake from the Saints captain, 4-3 Newmarket.
The former Kitchener Rangers superstar, Chris McKinnon, or as they used to call him, C-Mac, with an absolute dirty dangle and goes top cheddar with the backhand.
So that makes it 4-3 Newmarket. Almost getting it right back on the Flyers. Bias had to steer that one just wide of the post. And there, Fairbairn, and he scores! Fairbairn puts it in the back of the net, and we are tied once again, back in fourth action between these two great teams.
We knew this game was going to be back and forth with how closely tight they are, but wow, what an unbelievable game. Very simple.
Almost a 2-on-1 for the Saints. DiBenedetto now with it. He's going to try to end it. Nice stick there.
What I was going to say is this is a very similar game to what we saw, last tournament in Oshawa with the Guelph Brewers and the Toronto Bees.
This one 30 seconds away from needing extra time. Devine fires one in. DiBenedetto trying to play the bank off it. So 20, the clock continues to tick down.
They stopped it. I think they
Milton really wants a little bit of Spivak almost gets it on the bank off the head of the goalie. And here he comes again, bearing down. Devine, 13 seconds left. Devine, nice little play on the boards. Back to Spivak. Spivak's got to shoot it. And Devine staying across the line, 2 ticks left on the clock.
That was mightily close.
And there we have it. We're going to overtime in the semifinals for the second straight tournament. And Pat, one of the things we've noticed, Ian and I understand there's a flood, but this is advantage for the Guelph Brewers, who get to rest even longer, and they're probably hoping this overtime goes on as long as it can.
Oh, absolutely. There's no doubt about that. It definitely plays into effect. We saw what happened, in the original tournament at the 3HL New Year's Day Classic. The London Threes just completely ran out of gas. They played so much. But I think both these teams here, and also with the addition of 9 players, and both these teams, they have so much wheels that I think that they have the legs. If anyone's going to do it, it's probably one of these teams that are going to be able to go to overtime and play the next game right away.
So Chris McKinnon now for the Saints, trying to end it. Chris McKinnon. Both these teams trying to get to the finals for the second straight time. Peretta gets it past. And here's Chris McKinnon. The Saints lost in the finals last time in Oshawa. Flyers were champions in Toronto. And here comes Davies. And he wins it. So the Newmarket Saints are off to the semifinals for the second straight tournament. What a goal from Adam Davies.
Adam Davies, one of the leading scorers on this team, 7 points coming into this tournament. A little bit quiet so far here, but he scores the biggest goal of his 3HL career so far, scoring in overtime and punching the Newmarket Saints' second consecutive ticket to a finals of a 3HL Tour event.
Big time game, and that overtime talk, all for naught. It's only a couple, less than 30 seconds off the clock, so shouldn't harm the Saints, and here we have it. I think we kind of predicted this.
Yes,
we did. Right for once.
Finally, we know sports.
The Saints and the Brewers on to the final. So Newmarket going to tangle with the Guelph Brewers for the win here in Collingwood. And we're going to see who can come away with this one. So we're going to have a flood before the finals and see what happens. Waiting for Kerry to get with one of the Newmarket Saints. They're off their second straight final. Great for a team that was unable to put together a win in their first tournament. Now off to 2 straight finals.
For you guys, what does this going to the finals? What does this win mean for you?
What's that?
Sorry, what does this win mean for you guys going to the finals?
Well, I mean, we're always coming out here just to have some fun. If you make it to the finals, that's a bonus, right? So we're just going to give it all, whatever's left in the tank, we're going to give it out there. So.
Keep going. Sorry. Anyways, we're just going to wrap it up. Okay.
You might say just 10 cents. But for over 60 years, March of Dimes has turned this into a force for transformation, changing the lives of thousands of Canadians with disabilities. Today, March of Dimes Canada is a national organization helping countless children and adults live full, independent lives. But to make it happen, we need these more than ever before. The miracle of transformation is in your hands. What's in a dime? You might say just 10 cents. But for over 60 years, March of Dimes has turned this into a force for transformation, changing the lives of thousands of Canadians with disabilities. Today, March of Dimes Canada is a national organization helping countless children and adults live full, independent lives. But to make it happen, we need these more than ever before. The miracle of transformation is in your hands.
Hi, I'm Matt Nickel from BioSteel Sports Nutrition. Here to talk to you a little bit today about proper nutrition and proper training for hockey players in the off season. So everybody knows that it's important for hockey players trained to be fast, to be explosive, to have great endurance, to have great strength. It's also extremely important that they stay on top of their nutrition and have proper nutritional habits. Our BioSteel HPSM is the healthiest, safest, and most effective sports drink on the market. It's a great way for professional athletes and regular Joes alike to stay healthy, to stay hydrated while they're training, while they're competing through a long, hard workday. It maintains energy levels in a healthy and effective way, maintains focus and attention during a stressful period of time, whether that's during practice or at work, and also make sure that we stay healthy as we're training.
Having the 3HL land in Guelph aligns perfectly with what we're good at and what we want to attract: festivals and sports tourism. It also helps with really making the culture in our downtown entertainment choice. You know, grab something to eat before the game, come and take in the game, take in some entertainment. I would say that it's great for our local charities too, and you know, partnering with Community of Hearts, which is close to my heart, close to the community, is just fantastic. So it's really giving back to Guelph. So I'm really excited for the 3HL to be coming here.
We are back here at Eddie Bush Memorial Arena for the final of the 3HL Collingwood Classic. Dalton Finkbeiner here with Pat Gregoire, carry on between the benches. We are moments away from the final between the Guelph Brewers and the Newmarket Saints, and let's see how these teams got there. Guelph Brewers played the Toronto Bees in the semifinal. Bees got the best of Toronto in Oshawa. Not this time.
No, and you know what? I think, like I mentioned before, we saw the Bees dominate the puck possession game and the physicality of that game in Oshawa. And what the Brewers did, they just gave the Bees a taste of their own medicine and beat them the exact same way. They dominated, and when they got chances to score in big moments like this here, they capitalized. David Blair did not have a bad game by any stretch of the imagination. It's just that the Brewers, this was also an unbelievable hustle play by Big Game Tony. Unfortunately, we didn't see him come up in the big game there for the Bees. But the fact that, you know, the Brewers, I've said this so many times before you get to the next game, the fact that they're able to do this without arguably their two best players is unbelievable.
The Newmarket Saints pulled off a impressive win against the Milton Flyers. That first goal we just saw, a deflection goal. We were kind of worried that would be the game decider, but
boy, were we wrong. We saw a ton of action after that.
Yeah, I know, a lot of action. And in overtime, Adam Davies able to get the W for the Newmarket Saints, who are off to their second straight final. So here we go. Here's a couple more highlights from that win by the Saints over the Milton Flyers. This was a big-time hustle play, and Buys was able to finish that one off for the Saints. But, you know, Milton never went away, and that's kind of what we expect from this Flyers team. Very talented. A squad that is very balanced, and, you know, they're definitely a threat every time the 3HL tour stops anywhere.
Absolutely. I think that, you know, we saw this Milton team take a couple of steps backwards after last tournament, but today, you know, adding a guy like Justin DiBenedetto, we saw him. He was electric out there. So I don't think this is going to be the last time we see the Milton Flyers in the semis. I could definitely see them in Guelph punching their ticket, returning to the finals. But this is just showing, you know, how much depth there is in the 3HL tour. We have the Guelph Brewers finally making it to their first finals. They've been in the semifinals 3 times, finally punching that ticket here at the Collingwood Classic.
And here they are taking on the Newmarket Saints. Finals coming up right now. And, you know, we've seen the Saints and they're kind of a run and gun offense. And the Brewers, they're a very physical team, or they definitely, you know, jacked it up last time against the Toronto Bees. And they're a team that can definitely, you know, change the momentum of a game with their physical play. Theo Peckham, one of the guys, very good, who does that. But the guy who's been the biggest surprise today has been the goalie, Alex Dupuis. That first game against the London Threes, the Threes had all the momentum, and Dupuis shut the door in the first half, and the Brewers rode that one and eventually got the OT win.
Yeah, I mean, you could argue that without Alex Dupuis, this Guelph Brewers team could have been heading home down the 400 pretty early. I mean, he was
410, Pat.
410, sorry. There's no doubt that this Guelph team has a ton of talent. Sorry, I was just impressed by the move that Shea Kewen just pulled on the ice there. But no, this Guelph Brewers team has so much talent, so much depth. Shea Kewen, as you're talking about that, you know, this is his first time he's stepped into the lineup for this Brewers team. He was on the original. He's the founder of the HUOC. You see the guys wearing them on the top of their buckets. I'm looking forward to seeing the footage after. There are definitely some great goals by this Brewers team. And our X factor before the game was Cripps Chappell. He's been great. But we see this Newmarket team as well. I mean, you talk about depth scoring. This team, a handful of guys have found the back of the net for them.
Yeah, no, definitely. This Newmarket Saints team running gun, Chris McKinnon, Nick Ovasian, Sean Jones, Adam Davies, Matt Lyle, Stephen Johnson, PJ Buys, Brendan Wise, Kevin Jarman, and Jimmy Sargent, who is out, a leg injury sustained in their first round game. And Rich Wigmore, the London Threes goalie, stepped in, and he's been fantastic for them in a relief appearance. So we'll see if he can get the job done and lead them to their first win, which would also be his first win.
Yeah, he's been to the semifinals before.
Yeah, he's been to
the finals. Sorry, we saw him with the London Threes at the 3HL New Year's Day Classic. and he was lights out.
Yeah.
He's been great again today. And like you said, obviously there's no chance that the Newmarket Saints wanted to see their goalie, their star goalie in Jimmy Sargent go down. But who knows, with that stoppage of play, we saw the momentum sucked right out of the Oshawa 88s. They might have been able to pepper in a couple other goals if that big delay didn't happen. So who knows? But we do know one thing, that there will be a new 3HL Tour event champion here at the 3HL Collingwood Classic.
Sorry, Pat. I think that speaks to the depth of this league, that there's so many, that any given week anyone can beat anyone. I know we've seen a couple of teams sort of consistently rise to the top, and let's take a look at the money leaders. The Toronto Beasts, the Milton Flyers, the Guelph Brewers, and the Newmarket Saints. One of the Newmarket can get into that 7K range with the Flyers and the Beasts. So there's going to have 3 teams tied atop this. Could have 3 teams tied atop this.
Well, Milton and Toronto gained an extra 2K with their wins today.
I'm not a math guy.
No, I'm not a math guy.
Leave that to the math guys, all right?
But no, regardless, I mean, both these teams have a chance to continue to climb up the money leaders. And that's one of the things I love about the 3HL. Sure, you have the standings, but I think it's really cool the amount of different concepts this league takes. You have the tour approach, like the golf, the PGA, NASCAR, and, money leaders as well, very similar to that, rather than just having a generic standings. You have the money leaders there. Another aspect of as well is the quick non-stop action. The goalie makes the save, he has to make an outlet pass. I am a lacrosse guy. That's exactly how lacrosse is. Yeah, no, breaking news. Pat Gregoire likes lacrosse. He makes a save, outlet pass.
Yeah.
It's, the way that this league was created, it takes elements of all different sports and puts it into arguably the most entertaining, I'm not even going to say arguably, the most entertaining aspect of sports, 3-on-3 hockey. So, I mean, we're here for an unbelievable final at the Eddie Bush Memorial Arena.
And here we go. Puck drop. Guelph Brewers, Newmarket Saints for the 3HL Collingwood Classic title. Brewers in their first final. Newmarket Brewers in the finals in the Oshawa Showcase. Unfortunately, unable to get the job done. Both teams, the Brewers got here beating the Toronto Bees in the semifinal. And the Newmarket Saints with an OT win over the Milton Flyers just moments ago. So here we go. And let's see what team comes out on top. Chappell controls it. The former Sarnia Sting captain. Chappell and Stothers down low. And Theo Peckham now controls it for the Brewers. Stothers calling for it. Peckham walks in. Wigmore with the save. To Jarman. Over to Buys, PJ Buys. Jarman controls it now. Jarman tries to get into the slot. Puck bouncing around. Sorelli and Theo Peckham. Peckham, what a save by Rich Wigmore on the deflection from Theo Peckham.
Massive stop there from the current.
The temporary goalie.
The interim.
The interim Newmarket Saints goalie. Jarman with it now. Jones with it. Sean Jones. Great Muzzy.
Unbelievable mustache. It's actually pretty embarrassing it's taken this long for us to give him a shout out for that mustache.
Mackey. Wouldn't be here without Mackey. Scored the big overtime goal in the first round against the Threes. Kewen walks in and scores! Jay Kewen, the former Dalhousie Tiger, puts the Brewers up 1-0.
Yeah, there's no doubt the owner of U-Hawk Sports is going to be watching that replay back from his own point of view on that goal.
So the Brewers up early. Davies, the OT hero for the Newmarket Saints, 3-on-2. Davies walks in, tries to slide it to McKinnon. Mackey with the save. Hugh in with it. Davies off his skate. To Lyle. Lyle fires it over the net. Hewen tries to get it around. Mackey back with it. Chappell. Chappell wires one off the glove of Wigmore. We just saw that one at the last minute. Chappell gets it back. Former Sarnia captain. Over to McPherson. McPherson. Going to the net. Chappell tries to find him on the back door. Jarman now ahead with it. Jarman gets around the defender. Great save there by Dupuis. Ref takes a spill here in the corner. Looks to be okay.
He was just admiring that glove save. He fell, forgot to stop.
Brewers quickly back the other way. Johnston. Johnston with it now. He gets into the offensive zone. Over. And what a save from Dupuis. He has been on all day, and another fantastic save by the Brewers netminder.
Someone get him a Muscle Milk hat, because I think he is well deserving of the tournament MVP. Unbelievable stop.
And over in front, Jones almost gets a piece of that one. Sorelli away with it now. Sorelli tries to get past the Newmarket defender. Johnston. Johnston tries to get it in to the offensive zone. Back comes the Brewers. Wigmore, nice save there. McKinnon over to Lyle. Hewen with it now. Hewen can't get it back. Newmarket controls. Hewen turns it over, but Davies back there to grab it for the Saints. Chris McKinnon. Definitely a guy you want having the puck if you're the Saints. Dupuis, though, rock solid still. Hewen with it. Hewen, nice little move, gets into the slot. Hewen can't beat Wigmore's right pad, sorry. Buys. Here's Jarman. Jarman puts the brakes on. Jarman drops it off to Buys. Buys. And Dupuis with another glove save through traffic. Mackey gets it to Chappell. Under a minute to go here in the first half of the final of the 3HL's Collingwood Classic. Mackey trying to blow past the defenders. Deflection there right to PJ Buys. Buys and Johnston. Johnston has a puck bounce over his stick. He's alone here in the offensive zone, waiting for a few Saints teammates. Drop pass to Wise. Wise walks in high and wide, and that one goes out of play. That looks like it's going to do it here for the first half, unless one of these teams can score in less than 5 seconds.
Seems unlikely.
And I don't think, and there it is, 1-0 after 1 period. Brewers lead 1-0. So Pat, not the open game we're used to seeing when the Newmarket Saints are on the ice. Guelph tightening it a bit up. We have seen a bit of the physical play from the Brewers in the second half. What adjustments do you think that these teams can make?
I think Newmarket's going to go back to their run and gun style of play that we've seen. It looks like they, are getting a little bit troubled by this strong defensive game that the Guelph Brewers do have. I think the Brewers are going to continue to play the way that they have. take their chances when they're given to them, but ultimately play a solid defensive game. And luckily for them, when they do kind of let things get going, Alex Dupuis, as we see there, making the big saves all night long.
He's been fantastic, definitely one of the major reasons the Brewers are in position to grab their first ever 3HL tour win. They've been definitely, they're a physical team. They're focusing on the defense, and Newmarket likes to open things up, so it'll be interesting to see if the Saints can get back to that style of game that they're so successful playing. So here we go, final 7 minutes of the day, barring a tie, but final scheduled 7 minutes of play here. Guelph Brewers with a 1-0 lead over the Newmarket Saints here at Eddie Bush Memorial Arena in the final of the 3HL Collingwood Classic. Chappell gets the puck back. Chappell into the slot, puck just wide of the Newmarket net. Chris McKinnon leads the rush, curls back, finds Lyle. Lyle to McKinnon, just out of his reach. Chris McKinnon in the corner, back to Lyle. Lyle drop pass for Davies. Chris McKinnon there to pick it up for Newmarket. Newmarket captain looking for something to happen, gets it all the way down to Lyle. Lyle in all alone, and it's a goal! What a move by Lyle to beat Dupuis. We're tied.
Wow, that's all I could say. Wow, what an unbelievable play by Lyle. He's been unbelievable all night long. Couldn't score a bigger goal at a better time to get this Newmarket Saints back in this game early in this second half.
Buys to Jarman. Jarman blows past the defender. Jarman over to almost finishing off that 2-on-1. Ovanesian still with it, tries to wrap it around. He still has it. Tries to go high above Dupuis, can't beat him. Jarman controls it for Newmarket. Nice little move. Jarman wires one. Dupuis up to the task, and he whacks it all the way down. And we got a breakaway. Sorelli slides it through the 5-hole of Wigmore, and the Brewers are back on top.
Back and forth we go. We see Newmarket almost score another one. Sorelli barely gets it, and that's so often here in the 3HL where you see one big save on the other end, the play goes down the other, and a team capitalizes.
Kewen with it now. Kewen partial break. Kewen charge, and he scores. Kewen with his second of the final. 3-1 Brewers.
Shea Kewen, the pride of Guelph, Ontario, the former Ottawa draft pick, showing his nifty hands where they need it most here in the finals.
So, Saints, if a team that can come back from 2-goal deficits, it's Newmarket Saints. A lot of offensive firepower. Johnston in, wires that just wide. Jones with it to Johnston. Johnston tries a toe drag. Nice play by Mackey, and he's away. Mackey fires one. Wigmore there to make the stop. Waves at it. Chappell gets it back though and almost beats Wigmore through traffic. Guelph controlling it. No. Turnover. Johnston. To Davies. Davies to McKinnon.
It's a deadly, deadly line for the Newmarket Saints here.
Davies tries to make a move. Chappell gets it out. Just over 3 minutes left to go here at the Eddie Bush Memorial Arena. The final of the Collingwood Classic. Chris Chappell walks in and off the crossbar. Inches away from giving his team a 3-goal lead. Chris McKinnon now. McKinnon, what a move. The Brewers doing a great job of getting in front of pucks. Deny some of these shots from the Newmarket Saints. Theo Peckham slowing it down. Peckham able to get that puck out. Brewers not sitting back with this 2-goal lead, very aggressive on the forecheck.
Well,
Peckham.
the Brewers know, I mean, this Newmarket Saints team can score in bunches, so they know that this isn't a safe lead.
And here they get with a 2-on-1. Byes trying to beat Dupuis. Jarman. Jarman to Jones. Jones can't beat Dupuis over the shoulder, and Sorelli's going to get a bit of a break. But I think the Brewers seem content holding this puck as much as possible here in the final 2 minutes. Turnover, Johnston. And he scores. What a move by Johnston. And it's a 1-goal game.
We talked about it. No lead is safe. They are clawing back in this one, a minute 32. There's no doubt that this Newmarket Saints team can come back. A very, very costly turnover, especially when it's Steven Johnson, a proven scorer at many levels.
And here we go. Wise with it now. Wise. And he goes! Just as you're saying, no lead is safe. They score 2 goals in less than 10 seconds.
Wow. Man, this Newmarket Saints team is unbelievable. You talk about how many weapons they have. It's ridiculous. Whoever's on the ice, they are a threat to score at any time.
And here's another 2-on-1. Mackey with Kewen. Block there from Davies. McKinnon gets it into the slot. Puck bouncing around. McKinnon still with it. McKinnon, nice little move. Under 30 seconds to go, or just over, sorry. Now under. See if someone can get. And here's Jarman, and he just wires it inches wide. Davies with it now. Davies into the corner trying to find Jarman. Here they go, 2-on-1. McPherson going to the net, 5. So it looks like we're going to overtime here in the final of the 3HL Collingwood Classic. We talked about how evenly matched these teams were, Pat. Brewers went ahead, but we mentioned that if one team can come back from a deficit, it's the offensive juggernaut that is the Newmarket Saints, and they scored 2 goals in less than 10 seconds.
Yeah, and so effortless too. They score, and you see the guys say, let's go, let's get another one. I don't know if they thought they were going to get that one that quick, but they definitely have no quit because they just know that they can score at will. It's getting ridiculous how offensively talented this team is. Not only with, their top guns with a guy like Chris McKinnon or Matt Lyle. I mean, you look all the way through their roster, even their defensemen are getting involved in the score sheet as well. And what a story as well. Arguably the best goaltender in the 3HL goes down. You'd have to assume this Newmarket Saints team, but boy, what a savior.
So here we have it, OT, to decide the winner of the 3HL Collingwood Classic. And Wise in. Jones just inches away from ending it. Johnston scored one of those goals. Plays it down. McPherson plays it ahead. Brewers. Here's Chris Chappell. He can end it with one shot. Block there from Jarman. Johnston back with it. He has Jarman chugging along to make it a 2-on-1. Johnston, puck poked away there by Theo Peckham. He's around the net. Brewers making a change. Theo Peckham going to take it ahead. Wires one just wide. He gets out of the rebound and just misses the net. Theo Peckham inches away from ending this one. Takes it. Wigmore with a big save. Puck trickling still. Brewers aggressive on the forecheck. Greg Sorelli with it to McDermott. McDermott dances in. Pushed off the puck by Davies. PJ Buys with it. Buys chugging. Buys and Lyles 2-on-1. PJ Buys scores! The $3,000 goal. PJ Buys wins it, and the Newmarket Saints are champions here in Collingwood.
Unbelievable. The hometown boy.
And Rich Wigmore.
And Rich Wigmore.
Comes in for relief, and he gets the win.
This Newmarket Saints team was so close to winning their first championship last week. I had a chance to talk to PJ Buys, and he said, you know what, we are desperately wanting our first championship. I said to him, you know, you're leading the league in scoring right now. He said, I honestly didn't know, because he was so upset they didn't get their title. But now they got it, and he scores the game winner.
Fantastic game here. Newmarket coming back from down 3-1, forced overtime, and PJ Buys wins it for the Newmarket Saints. Your champions here in Collingwood. Finalists last week, they finally get the job done. Their first win here on the 3HL Tour. Let's take a look now back at some of these goals. This is when the Saints comeback started. Here's Johnston with it. He finishes this one off very nicely.
Yeah, no doubt. And this is when the Saints began to march. A beautiful move by Johnson. Gives a little fake and goes top cheddar. And moments later, a huge clapper that just squeaks through the arms of Alex Dupuis. And then we're going to see the OT beauty, the winner. Right here, PJ Buys popping bottles, and we just missed the celly there, but there you see the Newmarket Saints, $7,000 richer.
Fantastic display by the Saints, as you mentioned. Rich Wigmore, now he's getting into the picture.
I'm sure his London Threes teammates won't be too pleased about that.
A player on a different team, the London Threes goalie, had to come in for relief for Jimmy Sargent, but the Newmarket Saints get it done here in Collingwood. Victorious. What an exciting game. Didn't look like they were going to be, looked a bit grim at certain points, but, they were able to come back and complete the comeback. A couple goals in a few quick seconds. So, right now,
Matt Lyle being named the Muscle Milk MVP.
Here today. Of the 3HL Collingwood Classic, Matt, is the Muscle Milk MVP. There you go. There's your hat. Put that bucket on, yeah. So you get a prize pack.
I can always.
What did it feel like playing the 3HL?
Oh, it was pretty good actually. I'm pretty tired, but I actually really enjoyed it. We got a good group of guys, and you put on a great show, so I really appreciate it.
Awesome. Congratulations for the win. Congratulations on the MVP.
Thank you very much.
Justin Fox, the man of many jobs. Part-time host and full-time 3HL CEO and founder.
So there he was with Matt Lyle, the MVP of the 3HL Collingwood Class. Let's take a look now, Pat, at some of the upcoming events. We're in Guelph on March the 5th. On the 25th, we're at the Aurora Dangle Fest. Saugeen Shores on April 1st. As Pat said, that is not a joke. The Markham Masters on April 22nd. And the Champions Cup at Saturday, May 6th. So that is the future dates here. That does it for Collingwood. Pat, exciting event once again, and can't say enough about the Newmarket Saints.
No, I mean, you talk about, you said it perfectly. You said if there is going to be a team that is going to come back from that deficit, it was going to be them. I think they've really emerged, and I think actually by the money leaders now, they are sitting alone atop. The Saints have the most now with that $7,000 check being You see it up there.
We're not math guys.
We're not
so.
math guys. So 11,000 would be what the Newmarket Saints would have, and Guelph would have 8. Toronto
Pat's
would have
getting told
9.
these numbers, by the way. He's not
No,
just
this
doing
is
the
me
math
doing my
quickly.
math in the head. So you see that, we talked about the Newmarket Saints, and I'm going to give, you and Ian a lot of credit. You guys.
Thank you.
I don't normally do that, but I'm going to give you guys a lot of credit. You saw, not just from what we saw in, the last tournament in Oshawa, but what we saw on January 1st.
Yep.
You saw the potential they had, and then you add a guy like Matt Lyle, and even Brendan Wise, played a huge part for them as well. Sean Jones was very, very good for them, and you can't forget about the other guys that were involved. I mean, Chris McKinnon, the guy's
and
electric.
Rich Wigmore.
Rich Wigmore. I mean, I'm sure his teammates on London aren't going to be too thrilled, but we're hoping that Jimmy Sargent is going to be okay for the next tournament, because they are desperately going to need him. Sure, they did it without him, but they had a stellar goalie in Rich Wigmore.
So the Newmarket Saints are champions here in Collingwood. From Dalton Finkbeiner and Pat Gregoire, thanks to Carrie Ohm, thanks to the guys in the booth here for making us look and sound as best as possible. Hope you guys enjoy your family day weekend. Have a good night, everyone.